Is he an attorney?
Yes, well, yes, he's an educated attorney. He practiced, but he's a head HR for Cargill now. Gets to hire and fire him. Oh, yeah. Big
Well,
time.
in today's world, it's probably a good thing to have that background.
Uh-huh, yeah. Yes. Although I should have had demanded that one of my children become an attorney. Not too late. Said there's night school. They can go to night school. They really talk sweet to their mother. She'd probably even pay for it. Thank you, ma'am. No.
No?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Never too late. I went to law school 15 years after undergrad.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's what I said. That's what I was telling my one daughter. I said, yeah, you could have another career. She says, there's night school. You can keep your day job and go to night school. She would take it under advisement.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning, Josh.
Morning. I get behind the slow ones today.
Yeah. Okay.
And when it happens, what's your strategy?
Just learn to be patient.
Yeah. I used to listen to books on tape because otherwise you get annoyed.
Go and look at this.
No, probably at 8:45. It is time to call to order our community health board. First item of business would be to approve the meeting minutes from February 11th.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Elzine, second by Commissioner Meyer to approve the meeting minutes from February 11th. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. Chairperson's report. Public health. Of course, they're a little nervous as to what's going on both at the state level funding and the federal level of funding, but no definitive changes. They see, in my opinion, the state seems to be struggling with, they're constantly reorganizing themselves, and putting different people in different roles and changing things around. And I don't know if they're ever going to get it figured out.
Is that
Emily
by-
can maybe attest to some of that. Yeah.
Is that by design?
Well, I don't know if it's by design or what, or they're just trying, again, we struggle, when we go to the shack meetings, and that's, county commissioners, public health people, state people, and it's just, they're always trying to tell us how they're reorganizing themselves. And I said to the chair, and I've been the chair in the past, this is, I don't really care how they're reorganizing themselves. I need to know how it impacts us locally. Where are the boots on the ground for the local actions and everything? So it's a little bit frustrating, and some of my other fellow county commissioners agreed that we don't know where they're going with this. But public health, it's the health of the herd. We're trying to keep everybody in the great state of Minnesota healthy. I don't know if anybody else has any, Emily, any updates? I know Commissioner Meyer, you usually listen in. Anything from your perspective?
Nope,
Okay, all right.
but thanks for asking.
Okay, then moving on, number 4.1, approve use of foundational public health responsibilities grant funds to support community health needs assessment with Project Fine. And that was outlined on page 38. And Emily, do you have any take on that for us, please?
So this is just a contract that we'd use foundational public health dollars for to support our community health assessment with working to make sure we're identifying underserved populations, particularly immigrant populations or non-English speaking populations through surveying and focus group work, which Project Fine has done for us in the past. And we're looking to engage them in that again this year.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Okay,
Commissioner
so
Meyer.
this grant, really, it's like 100 and some thousand,
200, yes.
200,000,
Yep.
okay. And we're spending about 8,500 for this effort. How will you figure out what to spend the rest of it on?
Good question. So I actually just submitted our work plan and budget, so you'll be seeing that at your next Community Health Board meeting for 2025. There was a budget submitted last year for the 2024 dollars, of which we haven't spent any yet. And we have until June to do that. So I am working on a plan to spend those dollars as well.
And so the 200,000 is the 24 and the 25?
No.
No, we get 200,000 each year, so we got
Yes.
400,000. Okay.
Any other questions about this item?
I do have a question. Under translation, it's like 55, if I'm reading right, it's $55 an hour. I thought a different contract we have with the funding of the non-agencies that we do in December. I thought it was supposed to be at like, for some reason, 40 comes to mind, not 55.
I don't recall off the top of my head.
We do typically pay 55 an hour to Project Find for translation services.
Okay.
For in-person translation, like for appointments and things of that nature. And this is not necessarily that, it's a translation of the survey, but it's the same rate as what they've quoted us.
Yeah, I guess I would ask that we double check. I mean, are we paying, when other departments ask for translation services, is it a different fee? I guess I like consistency. And I guess I don't want them to raise it to 55 if we're only paying 40 in certain areas, but I question why the difference. And, you know, in translation fees, okay, English is a hard enough language to interpret it, and we all have our own interpretations through the English language. Is it the client requests it, or is it the service provider requests it, or how do we end up? Because we did, just for everybody knows, we spent a lot of money last year in Winona County on translation fees, $90-some thousand. So again, who's scrutinizing when we need a translator?
So non-English speaking parties can request translation for any appointments with providers in Winona County. So any of our social workers, public health nurses, we do use a lot of translation services for maternal child health services. But again, all of those are funded through either third-party billing or grant dollars on the public health side. And the $55 rate is what we do pay for translation services across the board from the public health side at least.
Okay, all right, well, we can double, if we could double check, Ms. Holsey, the difference on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about spending grant dollars for this particular service?
Oh, Commissioner Ward?
Yes,
No, so you're talking about the year-end contract that we passed with Project Find,
yes,
and that was at our December 20th meeting.
yes, yeah.
And
I
it
did.
does, I am looking at it right now, just because I never take these things off my hard drive. Interpreter services, $55 an hour on page 505 of
Oh, okay,
the.
it was 55.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I stand corrected then. I guess, again, I'm looking for consistency in the billings.
There are some groups I work with outside of a county board, in the community, we pay that much to Project Find as well. These are small nonprofits as well, so.
Again, I'm looking for consistency. So is there,
I'll move to approve this item.
I'll second that.
okay, motion to approve the Foundational Public Health Responsibility Grant Funds made by Commissioner Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Vagley. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. 4.2, approve cannabis and substance use grant, prevention grant, page 41. Emily.
So you've previously looked at this information and given me the go-ahead to accept the grant dollars that was back, I believe, in December. And so this is just the official grant agreement that's coming through for the cannabis and substance use prevention grant, which is about $109,000 for the year of 2025.
Okay, discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm right, this one comes with a budget attached to it, which I think this is the first time we've seen it.
Yep.
Okay, so that's on page 53. It looks like we're going to work with ASAP, which I think is
Correct.
great, Hiawatha Valley Mental Health. And then we're going to do a Regional Cannabis Education Communication Campaign.
Yes, so there's a Southeast regional group that's working on a communications campaign so that we're not all being redundant in our spending. Instead, we're going to collaborate and use our dollars collaboratively to have larger impact, hopefully.
Commissioner Elsie, you got a question?
I just wondered, are they ever going to look at changing the name of the grant?
What would you suggest?
I just find the irony in passing laws that allow cannabis and then turn around and refund the fact that it's already going to cost us as taxpayers to deal with this. And then we got to turn around and fund another grant because grants are just taxpayer money. They're our money. It's not free money. I got to go to work today to pay it when we're done here. So I'm just kind of curious why we have in one case a cannabis substance use prevention grant and we turn around and we allow it to happen.
So
it
the
just
the
doesn't
grant is
make much
focused
sense.
on youth prevention particularly, much like many of the substance abuse funds. Obviously, there are legalized items that we still would not want youth to be using. So a large part of the grant is focused on that, as well as people that have chemical dependence concerns, that we can use some of those dollars to support adults in those areas.
I don't disagree, but does smoking as a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old change something? Absolutely not. Does drinking at 7, 20, or 21 change anything? Absolutely not. So I want to point out the irony in the laws that are being passed and the people that are voting for them, that, it just, in my mind, common sense is leaving. And right or wrong, I'm going to take every opportunity I can to point it out, even at the local government level.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I recall either that it was in the governor's budget or somewhere else, but that the state is thinking of actually not doing this again or, cutting it.
It's possible, yes. It's
Be happening again.
it was initially.
Because I understand the substance use prevention side of things. Because I think there needs to be more of that, but then you turn around and you put what's been commonly coined as a gateway drug for many years. And again, I'm not against cannabis. I'm just saying it's just doesn't make any sense to me.
So Commissioner Meyer brought up the question, yes, the governor is cutting some of this cannabis dollars. So this is not money in hand currently.
This is allocated funds we will have for 2025. Initially, it was allocated for calendar year 2025 and 2026, and the 2026 dollars had been pulled back. And there's work happening to attempt to reallocate them. That has not happened yet, and there's indication it may not.
Okay, so it's still a little iffy. Now, there was one thing in here that concerns me. I think it was this one, we're considering hiring somebody. Was there illusion of hiring somebody to
No.
do something?
No.
That was the third thing, which is this campaign that I asked about.
Okay, so we're not anticipating hiring anything because that's.
We are contracting out for everything.
Okay, and so those contracts can be cut very abruptly.
Yep.
Okay, if the funding goes away or anything, we're not obligated. Commissioner Vagley?
I'll move to approve item 4.2.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vagley, second by Commissioner Meyer to approve the cannabis and substance use prevention grant. Any further discussion? I think it should be duly noted that we're kind of dealing with oxymorons. We're trying to prevent something, but yet we're endorsing something in the same legislative state of Minnesota. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. 4.3, approve resolution naming agents of the Community Health Board. And that's on page 55. And I think our agent is Emily
And Ross.
Ms. Volkman, yeah.
and Ross for certain things.
Ross.
Emily, are you qualified? I know there's
You're
qualifications.
exercising.
There is qualifications. There's
So
strict guidelines.
Ross Dunsmore has been our interim, filling that role, and I've been working with our Department of Health consultant regarding orientation to the role, and she has given me the blessing that I am qualified and adequate to fulfill that role, and has given us the go-ahead to move that transition from Ross to me.
And who's that person that's?
Mary Orban, excuse me. And Ross will retain a certain agent duties that I think have always been the case, but have never been specifically spoken to. So maybe Ross can tell you about that.
Okay, your role will stay the same?
I will go back to handling public health nuisance in addition to Emily. There is an addition, item G, And when we sunset the environmental health inspection programs in 2026, we removed a section of naming agents of the board, even though we retained the well delegation agreement. So we just made a provision for me acting as an agent of the board in that role, because we kind of blanket took the environmental health program away and we omitted maintaining something for the delegated well program.
All right.
I'll move to approve item 4.3.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Vagley to approve the naming of the agents of the Community Health Board. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, approved. Any other general business? Any disease outbreaks or public health issues? I know nationally still we're dealing with some measles issues, but that isn't a concern here in Minnesota. Okay. All right. Okay.
To adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Elsing to adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Adjourn. All right. Thank you.
Was the one that I emailed you.
Thank you.
It's on the agenda, not
Yep.
an ask, right?
Yep.
Get back.
Good morning.
I just
Love us. Sounds great.
All right, we will start our Winona County Board with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful sunshiny day. Kind of an oxymoron, I feel. I was driving in on my scenic drive from downtown Nodine, and on the radio came on the song Be Happy. And I think if you can't be happy on a day like today in southeast Minnesota, it's problematic, but we'll work the best to be happy. All right, we start our county board meetings with public comment. Any speaker, both in person and online, can address the county board for up to 2 minutes. So this is your opportunity. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Chastity Siraki. I live at 1254 West 3rd Street in Winona. And I am going to address the committee of the board item, discussion on separating the Health and Human Services Citizen Advisory Committee into 2 committees, one focusing on public health and the other focusing on human services. As a member of that committee, I do recommend that you split it into 2. I think if there was a more narrow focus in 2 groups, it would be more effective. And that isn't to say they couldn't come together and, have a joint meeting at times, but I really think it would be more effective. I've served on the committee for a year now, and it seemed like it was a lot of spinning of the wheels and not a lot of action being taken. And I think that this would be a good direction to go in. And I thank you for the opportunity to serve on that committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kathy Freddy, and I'm at 15685 County Road 25, Rolling Stone, Minnesota. And I am your new county assessor. Thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself, just to give you a little background. I've been doing this over 24 years. I started off in Le Sueur County for a year and got my feet wet, if you will, and I moved on to Olmsted County for about almost 23 years. And then I've been the most recent county assessor for Fillmore County. So I've gotten a lot of knowledge over the years, and I look forward to collaborating with everyone and representing the county. So
Glad you're here.
thank you. I appreciate it.
What are you going to do with all your drive time now that you don't have?
Now that I don't have it, I don't know. By the time I blink twice and get reception again, then all of a sudden I'm here. So it's great. It's a great feeling, but I do enjoy the community. I've been here, living here for about a year and a half now, and I really enjoy the area. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the county board? Okay, that's all right.
Good morning. My name is Will Yoder. I'm at address 19162 Harvest Avenue in Bloomfield, Iowa. I'm here today in support of the breeders in Winona County, my family, and also breeders I work with. And I would just briefly like to maybe make you aware of a program that I think would be a better path forward rather than a ban. And I would just like to, I've shared some literature there, but I would just like to give you a really quick so the canine care program that is, it's a science-based program that focuses on 5 pillars of care. And it's research that is being done by Purdue University and Vet School in Indiana. And based on the outcomes of those standards of care, there are standards that are put forth, and those standards are then reviewed by industry-leading experts, whether it's behaviorists, people like Temple Grandin, James Serpell, Bernard Rowland, et cetera, sign off on the standards. So we believe they're the gold standard for dog breeding in general for animal husbandry practices. The audits are then done by, so the standards are put forth. The audits are then done by a third party, which is Validus, a certifying company or body from Des Moines, Iowa. And they come in based on the standards, do the inspection or the audit, and then either grant or deny the certification. So again, we believe it's the future, it's the path forward. As you can see on the map, there's 5 certified kennels in Minnesota. And those are all in Winona County. And you'll see there's one there that's in progress. So we consider it, I guess we're proud of that. And we consider, our goal is to continue to do what we can to promote animal welfare and do what's right for the dogs. I guess the other thing I wanted to just briefly make a point on is there was an article in the paper that was, it said something like 1 visit and now he's an expert. So what I would like to say to that is that's a very fair argument. And I would just like to say is how is it that we can make a decision, whether it's licensed or unlicensed breeders? And in the case of a regulated breeder, you have things like USDA unannounced inspections, state unannounced inspections, AKC audits, third-party certifications. You have all these checkpoints that you can walk into a facility and you can see what happens today, what happened yesterday, last month, the entire year. There's documentation for all that, temperature, humidity, whatever it may be. Yes. So I just want to say that I believe it's a safer choice for a consumer when they can see what's going on in the kennels versus a place that's unregulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board?
Tim Sharmer, 24690 County Road 15. Jenny and I own and operate a breeding kennel in Winona County. We've had our cup for very, very many years. And the thing is that everybody has a certain perception of how this is done. Our dogs are all AKC registered. They're all breed specific. We're also inspected by the AKC. So that means then basically, does anybody on the board know that there is a Minnesota puppy lemon law? Our people that come and adopt a dog, they sign a contract, not only for our welfare, but for theirs. All our pups are guaranteed for a year. The Minnesota lemon law for puppies is based out to help people with those issues. Most of these people that come and adopt are on their second and third dog from us. We have people crying when they call, when they lose their pets. We have a waiting list, sometimes for a year, because we don't have pups all the time. So if somebody wants to come into Winona County, follow the rules, build a facility, and provide good animals, why can't they? Our people that come from out of state, we recommend hotels, we recommend restaurants, and they come and they stay in Winona, stay overnight, go out for supper, and then they leave the next day. And you're taking the advice away from us to judge who and who we do not sell to, because there are people we don't sell to. They come down and we say we don't think this is a good fit. Besides that, if the animal welfare wasn't top notch, people wouldn't be paying these top notch dollars for these AKC pups. Be very careful about the small businesses who try to run out of the county, because Wabasha County has no regulations and anybody can go breed there. I'm just saying, if you'd rather have them done right than not done at all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board?
I'd help rather than just shut it down.
Janet Fryery, 5724 Clearwater Road, Rochester, Minnesota. I'm here to give a kind of a personal story about my relationship with the breeders that I have down here. I've been a volunteer for a very highly respected golden retriever organization, Retrieve a Golden of the Midwest. And back in 2012, I started working with the breeders down here and have had nothing but positive relationship with them. We've taken in many dogs. I have a letter that was written to the breeders from our board last year. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. So we've been around a long time. We're in the 5-state area, so we're big. And this letter says, for nearly 40 years, Ragam has been a place for dogs to start a new life. Dogs come to us for many different sorts of reasons. Many dogs come to us because their families don't have the time for them, or because their family member is sick, or they can no longer care for them. Some are surrendered to us because the family cannot afford their care. And many of the dogs we receive from breeders like you who want a good life for your dog. And they retire from breeding and have health issues, and they can't take care of them anymore. The surrendering owners. Ragam strives to say yes to every dog in need, regardless of their health or circumstances, whenever we can. Ragam's policy is to welcome dogs into our care without judgment. We have confidentiality rules in place that never share the name or person where we got the dog from. We value our partnership with you. We are grateful for the opportunity to work with you to take in dogs that you cannot keep or you wish not to keep. We welcome the chance to take in additional dogs from you and breeders in your community. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact Ragam, a Ragam volunteer, myself, or our executive director, Mary McGowan, and she has her phone number on here. We've placed a lot of dogs in a lot of homes, and they're happy with them.
Could you leave us a copy of that?
I'll
and
give
then-
you this copy.
Okay, and then we
Absolutely.
can put it in for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning. I'm Gail Getzman, Stopa, Big Valley Ranch, 22036 East Burns Valley Road, Winona, Minnesota, County. God bless the people who take good care of their animals. I observe people who do and do not. And if you've read the papers lately, I hope all of you have, I have one thing that somebody sells a shirt that says, God is great, dogs are good, and people are crazy. Some are and some aren't. I really, God bless the people who take good care of their animals. I could more easily take care of 5 good horses than I could 5 female dogs having puppies. I've said that so many times. When I grew up, my father gave us a dog, each of his children, a dog, a puppy, not a puppy, but it was a female puppy, and we could raise puppies. And they were terriers, so they only raised about 1 or 2 or 3 puppies at a time. And that was our spending money. We didn't get any allowance, but he made sure we took good care of the dogs. He loved dogs. And of course, it was really sad to see them go. But a puppy and a dog need to be handled. They need to be cared for. They are companion animals. They are not to be butchered. In some countries, maybe they are. But those people are desperate. We do not raise dogs for meat or kitties for meat. I just advocate good animal care, and let's supervise these. If we don't have the time to supervise them at least once a year or twice a year, what good is it? Everything needs to be supervised. When I taught, I was supervised. My dad had a grade A dairy farm. He was supervised. So let's check these. If you're too busy, then you don't need this job. If you're too busy, board. I support the ban on 2 puppy mills that are commercially bred animals. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. We have I need board permission. We have exceeded our 10 minutes. Is the board willing to hear more testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Please come forward. State your name. Thank you.
My name is Rita Jessen. I live on 4th Street, Winona, Minnesota. I would like to also echo what Gail said. God bless the people who take care of their animals. I have a dear friend, neighbor, who came to me after she was reading, this has been going on for years, and she was reading one of the letters that I had sent to the editor, and she said, Rita, I'm just really concerned. They've had 2 Pomeranians, and she goes, we have these lovely Pomeranians, and are they a puppy mill? Did they come from a puppy mill? I go, explain, the situation. She goes, well, here's this one person who loved Pomeranians. I think that was the breed since he was a child. And when he grew up, he started raising them. And he has a nice heated garage and a nice fenced in area. And he loves these dogs. And he does exactly like this gentleman said. You have to interview to get these dogs. And then these dogs are included in the family. And I said, that's not a puppy mill. And so she was so happy. I said, there are a lot of breeders that do treat their dogs like should be treated. And so she was really happy about that. And this is about the mass production of puppies. Not every breeder, we're not talking about all the breeders should be shut down. We're talking about the breeders that have mass production. Do they have areas where in the winter it's heated, in the summer it's cooled? Are these animals exercised, loved? Are they, cared for? That as a family, because they are social animals and should be treated like social animals. And that is what we're asking for. So we ask you to support a ban on any further permits of these mass production kennels. And the data that we have presented, just mass data through the last many years. And we just ask you to listen to that data and the experts that we had that came through on Zoom. And that is what I would like the board to go back and look over all that data and compile that when you make your decision. to please ban any further permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Winona Putsier, 23583 Highway 74, St. Charles. I've known a lot of these licensed breeders since the early 2000s. And I've seen their kennels all the way from the past to where they are now. And you guys have done a great job bringing them up to a standard to where they're at. When you walk into their kennels, the dogs don't cower in the corner. They're right up at the gate, and they're wagging their tails and they're barking to let everybody know that you've arrived. The county has also placed some of the highest standards, I believe, in Minnesota. I mean, that's something to be really proud of. I mean, we've come from not so good to really powerful here. I've seen Olmsted County, Fillmore, because I've been in this industry for almost 40 years on the feed side of life, and I've seen a lot. And you guys have done a great job down here, and you should be very proud of it. It concerns me a little that Winona County says, no, we don't want any more businesses in here. You guys have set the standards. They have to live by those rules that you've set. So I don't see what good it would do to ban anymore, you know, to say no, not to be here. You set the standards and what you guys wanted, and the breeders, they listened. They reached what you asked for. And then they also went out to find that canine partners or whatever so that they could go over and above of what you asked for. You walk into those kennels, and if they weren't worked with, them dogs wouldn't be up by that gate wanting to see you or be petted, okay? They have their run out areas. They have their play areas. I hope all of you have been out to see the places. There's heated floors. I mean, they're talking air conditionings in some of these. My house doesn't even have air conditioning in it. So, you know, they didn't fight you on any of the rules that you guys laid down. They didn't bring in the lawyers. They said, okay, we'll get there. And they did that. So I guess that stands that they do want the dogs to, you know, have a good life. So I hope you say no to banning it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing? Is there anybody online? I don't see anybody that has a hand up or anything, but I might be wrong. Okay, last time, is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board? Good morning.
Ted Hazelton, 1073 West Fifth Street, Winona, Minnesota. I come before you today to ask that you do not put a ban in place. The object of a ban is to stop something that hurts public safety or endangers public health. This is not the case. A ban will do nothing except drive out potential business in Winona County. I do have some experience with animals and dog kennels, as my dad owned and operated Hazelton Kennels in Minnesota City from 1952 to 1995, 43 years. We were visited by the different boards of health, the American Kennel Club, and you name it. There are rules and regulations that must be followed. Adding additional hoops to jump through is not necessarily a good thing. So those that have not seen them kennels out in the Amish community should probably make it a point to check them over. I did it myself. And we're talking Taj Mahal here and some of the heated floors, air conditioning. And they're not hiding anything. They will welcome you to come and look. So I would ask that there not be a ban, because all it does is interferes with personal liberties and property rights. Why would you deny somebody the opportunity to make a living and contribute taxes like was mentioned earlier by other speakers. So please, do not ban. Work with them and look into these new standards and this canine partners that was handed to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, last time, is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, my name's Ann Olson, 1041 Grand Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota. I am here regarding the dog breeding situation and issue and discussion. We do support the ban on future permits. Excuse me, voice tremor. I did want to address, because I know the Planning Commission had mentioned the CCC program, the Canine Care is Certified. The animal community nationwide is aware of it. It's known within the community as really a marketing tool for the pet industry. A couple of the things mentioned, it is still mass production of puppies. There are no dog limits under that certification. It still sells to pet stores. So, and they're connected with Canine Partners. Canine Partners is actually affiliated with Petland, who has faced multiple lawsuits for violating local and state legislation. The audit, which was mentioned, is Validas. They're actually a farm production auditor for swine and poultry, not pet welfare. The standards mentioned, that's been the biggest problem because none of them are available to the public to review. And that's actually posted on their website. So that's been one of the biggest problems, no data transparency, which is the same problem that the board has faced with the Board of Animal, or this board has faced with the Board of Animal Health. So the certification, oh, and also it's voluntary third party, so there are no legal consequences. We have been following it, and it's been used, as in this situation, to stunt local legislation. So we ask that not be considered. Again, this issue is about the mass production of puppies and the psychological health to the adult dogs confined and the puppies sold through pet stores. Again, we appreciate your discussion on this and ask for the ban on future permits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ann Joria, 344 Knott Valley Drive in Winona. I also am speaking to, or requesting that you support a ban on the future puppy mills in Winona County. My concern is also with a lack of transparency with the Board of Animal Health. Violations, citations are not visible on their website. They say on their website that that's non-public private data. So we are unable to go in and see, based on one visit a year, whether there are any violations with each puppy mill. And the issue isn't the physical premises of the puppy mill. The issue is the psychological harm to each dog being in a kennel with, up to 50, 80, whatever dogs, and the lack of interaction with humans. Dogs are companion animals. They need interaction every day, and many of these kennels say, oh, that my kids play with them every day. Kids are supposed to be in school. It's not their job to interact with dogs every day. And then people also say, I go to visit the kennel, and all the dogs are up at the fence and they're wagging their tails. Well, yeah, they want some interaction. And none of these people are trained to evaluate the health of these dogs, the psychological health. And the Board of Animal Health people, they go and visit once a year. Once a year, what does that tell you? What happens the whole other rest of the year? So I'm urging you to please ban future mills. Winona County has 12. We don't need more than that. We're not ready to we're not taking away anyone's current business. And when the county visited a couple years ago, they sent out a request to each puppy mill. Yeah. So anyway, please ban future mills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing nobody step to the podium, opportunity to speak, we will close that part of our meeting. Thank you. Thank you all for speaking. All right, moving on. Item 4, approval of the county board minutes. We have 4.1, which is a close the county board of February 25th, and 4.2, the closed session of 20.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Elzine, seconded by Commissioner Vagley. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. Item 5 is acknowledge receipt of approved committee meeting minutes from 5.1 is the planning from January 16th, 2025. 5.2 is road and bridge from October 15th, 2024. And 5.3 is economic development authority of January 23rd, 2025.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Elzine, seconded by Commissioner Vagley to acknowledge the receipt of those meeting minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. Consent comments and approval of the agenda. Commissioner Vagley.
One comment at the end, please.
Okay, one comment. Commissioner Elzing.
Comment at the end and a possible committee of the board agenda item.
Okay. Commissioner Olson.
One request at the end.
Request for board action.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Meyer.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Ms. Holte.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay. Out of courtesy, Attorney Sonneman. Just courtesy. Don't have to recognize you. It's a courtesy.
something you had against lawyers.
Yeah.
She said, yeah.
I have nothing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I do have one action in the agenda when it comes to that time. And then I have an update from the AMC conference and a potential future board action. So with that, no items have been amended. So
I'll move to approve the agenda as it was in our packet.
okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Vagley to approve the agenda as presented in the packet. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. Ms. Holte, would you read the consent business into the record, please?
7.1, approve local option sales and use tax agreement with Department of Revenue. 7.2, award bid for CASA 29 and County Road 109, resurfacing to Dunn Blacktop Company. 7.3, award bid for CASA 16 and 20, resurfacing to Dunn Blacktop Company. 7.4, approve use of foundational public health responsibilities grant funds to support community health needs assessment with Project Find. 7.5, approve cannabis and substance use prevention grant. 7.6, approve resolution appointing Emily Volkman as Community Health Services Administrator. 7.7, approve Personnel Board of Appeals resolution. 7.8, excuse me, approve sub-agreement with Wabasha County SWCD in support of Winlac Watershed and Protecting Strategy Update Project. 7.9, approve 2025 solid waste hauler license applications. 7.10, confirm payment of disbursements. And 7.11, approve resolution appointing Catherine Freddy as county assessor.
I'll move to approve consent business as it was read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Olson to approve the consent business as read. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. All right, moving into general business. 8.1. Receive, provide regarding planning commission recommendations to deny dog breeding kennel ordinance modifications. I do have to call a point of order on this item. It is not the item itself, but it is in regards to our rules. As chair of the Winona County Board, it is my obligation to clarify that the rules are being followed. And it is a matter of interpretation. Rule number 8 in our board ground rules say policy decisions shall not be revisited for 1 year period unless the situation or circumstances change substantially and a 4/5 majority of the county board agrees to reopen the policy for discussion. I have consulted legal and I've consulted Robert's Rules of Order authorities. And to avoid any potential future litigation, I think we need to clarify at some future point that we are following our rules. If we're not following our rules, how does the public have any trust in what we're doing? So it's not the issue, but I do need to pull this and reinforce rule number 8. So with that, that's off the agenda. It is not debatable. It's not, it doesn't require a vote if you follow the Robert Rules of Order. So we'll move on to
Commissioner Ward,
department
let's just-
recommendations.
Commissioner Ward, so you said you,
Yeah.
you checked with the legal. Can you summarize what you were told?
I asked for a specific meeting with our internal legal people for clarification on that. I did not get that, but I did talk to legal people in my circle, outside circle of contacts. So it's not debatable. It's a point of order.
You did not request a meeting with my office, myself, or Mr. Kranz that I'm aware of.
I can pull up an email that I sent. It was sent to both Ms. Holte and yourself some time ago, at least a month ago. I can pull up the email. I did request clarity on this.
I know you've had issues with this rule.
Right.
And we've talked about it.
Right.
You did ask for clarification about the board making a policy or quasi-legislative decision versus quasi-judicial. And Mr. Kranz and I both responded to you.
Yes.
But you have not, that in my recent memory, or did I ever see an email? And if you did, I apologize for not responding, but
I'll find it
that
if
is
you
not
want.
legal advice that I gave you.
Okay. So again, it's a point of order. Like I said, it's not debatable, and we move on.
Well, it's your prerogative and it's the board's prerogative. The rules that were put in place, you can change, but but there's been debate over what that rule meant. And I think what it kind of goes to, I think the ordinances as to when an ordinance can or can't be changed. So I would be very cautious with you making that decision. I'm just giving you that.
My constituents have asked me to do this. I'm representing my constituents. Again, it's not the issue, it is the rule. We have not elected to change the rules at this point in time. It's printed in every one of our agenda packets. And I'm sorry to say, laws and rules are open for interpretation.
Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day, which is demand that the chair recognize and proceed with the regular order of business. The motion requires a second and a majority vote.
I will second that.
I deny that because a point of order does not allow for discussion. I think a point of order overrules your motion. So I say, let's move on. 8.2.
Madam Chair.
Discuss,
Madam
provide
Chair,
direction
I
on the
call
courthouse.
for the orders of the day to demand that the chair proceed with the regular order of business.
I second.
We have discussed this issue with the rules multiple times over the last 8 months, and the conclusion was that we have consistently asked for action to be taken. And every time we do, I don't think that that's reopening the topic. It's simply continuing the topic that we've asked for action on for what, 4 times?
You have asked for action multiple times, and you've gone from studying, allowing the planning commission to hold public hearings and studying. You've gone to a moratorium, and then you've gone to a ban. So each one of those is a change, in my opinion, again, is a change in policy.
I call the question.
So,
I
and
call
they're
the
less-
question
less
on the
than-
call for
No,
the
I
orders of the
need
day.
legal, what doesn't point of order overrule? Do we need to take a break?
Yeah, we need to take a break.
Okay, let's take a break. 5-minute break. I'll give you 5 minutes. Figure it out. Thank you.
These are breeding here. Yes, breeding. You must have had these.
They know why you're here.
This one? Thank you. Appreciate it.
If you were the one we.
Move ahead after the planning director and board or in place. And then.
You go to city council last night?
No, I was at some.
You said you were the only person.
No, no, I'm no. I get five in February, so.
Yeah. They do it in person.
There was never.
For the pandemic.
So it is, makes it much more convenient. Except when Elaine doesn't pull her pay. Doesn't say nay. Holding him personally for this, so, yeah, that's what I was, and then I called, the only planning commission that answered my phone call. Matt asked, yeah.
Okay, I take your point, but. I did hear though, some city planning met last night, you know, he worries about really business. Everybody has, they wanted to reconsider that. Member had gotten a hold of the.
Yeah, I saw it. I have a. My big push unless they do that, it's a bad.
Yeah. It's against the city council.
I think.
What maybe has changed with the membership, you know.
What I do is.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's tough because he doesn't know the history and I've explained it. I've been part of it.
It's kind, but it does, I mean, like, no, I can't. It was for the order before I ran. That makes like 2 years before it actually takes, and then you kind of know it's a lot of the stuff that's going on.
It's a good thing. It's not. You want one on the floor. You want one on the floor. Time to buy. Time to buy. Hey, no rich person in the world. Short bump there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Everybody understands.
Have we resolved the issue, Attorney Sonneman?
We have discussed the issue, myself and Mr. Krantz, and so we're ready to.
Okay, we'll call the Winona County Board back into session. Attorney Sonneman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kranz, Assistant County Attorney Steve Kranz, who's here at the table with me, he is here because he has worked with the planning department on the dog kennel issue. But we've also talked together about the question that you've posed. First of all, I would say that the call, I gotta look that up here, sorry, the call.
For the orders
Call
of
for
the
the
day.
orders of the day, in under Robert's Rules of Order, it's our position that a question about the rules supersedes Robert's Rules of Order. So that we can move forward to discuss what you are asking us to discuss. I'm not making myself clear, sorry, but.
Yeah, you're wearing gray today.
Okay.
It's clear. It's not definitive, I guess, in my
Well,
opinion.
nothing's definitive in the law, as you kind of said.
Right.
But what we're saying is definitive is that the boards, the county board's rules, your rules, would override these summary of motions. So whereas Commissioner Myers asked for a call for the orders of the day, which basically would stop discussion and demand that you proceed with the regular agenda. However, I would again argue, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kranz to be specific about it, that the Rule 8 that you refer to comes under the rules of the decorum, meeting decorum, and does not go to the substance of what is material to a issue that the board is addressing.
So what's your definition of decorum? I guess
How
you've got
you
me more.
act with each other, how you
Okay.
behave, civility in conducting your meeting. So, being courteous and being specific as to, not, I mean, decorum is how you conduct yourselves in this business. So it is our, and I've told you this before, I've submitted a memo on this, and the questions come up multiple times, particularly in the context of the commercial dog breeding issue, the rule number 8 that you refer to does not apply. But I will leave it to Mr. Kranz to explain why it doesn't apply, even if it was a policy decision. Go ahead, Mr. Kranz.
Okay, and with that then, unfortunately, I need to know, when does it apply? Not just when it doesn't, when does it? We put it in there for a reason. Constituents are asking us to follow our own rules, so it's unclear to the public also, not just me. Okay, thank you.
So to address your question, it would apply when the board adopts a policy. And that's a formal process of adopting a policy that provides direction as to what the board is setting goals in a certain area. This issue is not being repeated within 1 year because there's been a continuous deliberation on this since 2022. And the board has, let's see, in 2022, the board received a presentation from the Assistant County Attorney on the dog rules. And October 25th, 2022, I'm sorry, and January 16th, 2023, there was a staff presentation on dog breeding rules and oversight in Minnesota. And 6/20, there was a planning commission public comment and planning commission discussion regarding dog kennels. On May 9th, 2023, the board received the commission findings of fact. And the motion there was not that the board passed was not to set policy. It was to specifically to acknowledge receipt of findings and begin process of amending WZCO to potentially prohibit new large-scale dog breeding facilities. And the October 24th of 2023, the committee of the board requested planning staff to bring back options for addressing the well-being of animals, specifically noting dog breeding facilities. And that was in response to what the committee board had asked for. That brought us to February 13th, 2024, where I gave a presentation on the legal issues and options for local regulation of kennels, which I was doing at the request of the committee of the board from May 9th. And that ended up with a motion that was passed to have the county work towards establishing a prohibition on further kennel permits, except for not-for-profit and government entities, and delete dog kennels as a conditional use. Then on August 13th, I gave a presentation on the process and timeline for implementing that motion, and acknowledging that there was a gap there because the shortage in staff at the county attorney's office, which we operated at half staff for most of the year. And provided draft amendment language that would achieve the intent of that motion. On August 27th, the county board was considered whether there should be an interim ordinance and whether there was a finding that there was an emergency, which they passed. And then on September 19th, the interim zoning ordinance was set for a public hearing. That took place on October 17th, 2024. 10 speakers spoke against the kennels. And the motion was tabled by the committee. They did not provide a recommendation. On November 21st, there was a discussion again of the interim ordinance at the Planning Commission, which led to November 26th, when the county board passed a motion to restart the process of amending the Winona County zoning ordinance without seeking an interim ordinance. On the 19th of December, the Planning Commission again tabled the interim ordinance. And on February 20th, there was a public hearing on the zoning ordinance to prohibit breeding kennels and a discussion to the county board by the Planning Commission. So we're at the point now where the Planning Commission has made its recommendation to the board, and this issue is moving along towards its conclusion one way or the other. But it's not, the board didn't make a decision during all this process. All they did was continue moving the process forward. So the rule says that you can't address something that has been a policy adopted by the board within a year. And this is not, there's no policy adopted by the board yet on this.
Okay, but the 1 year is not the only determining factor. That's just the first part of it. 1 year unless, and if I read, English, do I need an interpreter? I don't know. But unless the situation or circumstances change substantially. Nothing's been provided. I sit both on the Planning Commission and on this board, and nothing substantially fact-driven, science-based has been changed substantially or situation. We've had no new applicants, no changes in the conditional use permits. And we use the word and, it doesn't say or, so the 4/5 vote. So it's it's not just a 1 year factor, it's multiple factors that contribute to my questioning our rules.
So Commissioner Ward, the part that you just cited applies to if the board were to adopt a policy and then within 1 year want to address the policy again. There's been no policy adopted, so there's no unless part of that clause that applies to the current situation.
Okay, so when does, if, play it out, if the board votes to ban, that means it can't be brought up for 1 year unless there's significant new, substantial and circumstances that change. So indicating maybe a multiple of applications, maybe pending litigation. And then when would the 4/5 vote come into play then? Because the policy was established back in 14, when we adopted the original zoning ordinance.
Well, that logic.
So that
you
is
never
the
changed
policy.
Ordinance.
But that is the policy we've been
And
operating
it's been
under.
more than a year, since 2014.
Right, but that's the policy we're operating under.
Right, so if however the board votes on this matter ultimately, whether to amend the ordinance to no longer permit additional commercial dog breeding kennels, or to disapprove that recommendation and not adopt that change to the amendment, that would be setting a policy. That is the end of the process of deliberating and the policy. Now, you wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't be able to be revisited within 1 year unless substantial decisions changes, and then it would be a 4/5 vote of the board to determine that substantial changes have happened. And that would allow you to discuss it again.
Okay, so the 4/5 only plays into account when we change it again, not a simple majority, not a change of the board, not a change of circumstances.
It only applies to the question of whether you could address the issue within a year of the board making a policy decision. It doesn't mean you need that much to change it or anything else. It just means you need that much to bring the issue up, put it on an agenda, discuss it, and then you would go through your normal voting procedures, whatever that was.
Okay. Another major question I had is the role, if this policy is changed and it's part of our rules because it's in our zoning ordinance, what is the role of the Board of Adjustment? It does say in there that the Board of Adjustment can, I'm paraphrasing, I could pull it up, but that you can challenge administrative decisions to the Board of Adjustment. So is this change in policy considered an administrative decision?
No. What the statute says and what the ordinance says is that the appeals from the Board of Adjustment are for decisions made by county administrators, like department heads, the planning department, that sort of thing. The Board of Adjustment does not have veto authority over the county board.
Okay. All right. Again, you're in conflict what I've received from other people. And does Commissioner Meyer's call of the order of the day override the point of order?
So
Robert's Rules of Order, not Bob's, but Robert's.
Yeah. So in Ms. Sonneman and I discussing this, we feel that rules adopted by the board would take precedence over Robert's Rules of Order. So
Ooh, I think that's a slippery slope.
Well,
From what I've read.
it allows you
We've
to-
adopted, we have adopted, and I think it says in there Robert's Rules of Order. So I don't know that our rules can override Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, they can.
You
made a special change to our policy so that we could debate items before they are,
And when
there's
did
a
we do-
motion.
And when did we do that?
We did that when I was board chair
Okay,
and
we'll have to
Commissioner,
verify.
Commissioner Ward, can we please move forward? Points well taken. I appreciate your passion on
Well,
this
this
issue.
sets a legal precedence.
You
and-
told me
and
you
there-
were going to be fair.
I am, and my
this
constituent,
is
I'm trying to represent
Making
my
good points,
constituent
but
base.
Please move on. Let it move forward.
Well, I'm setting a precedence for a legal challenge, and I've been asked to do that, so.
And I
Attorney
just wanna- Thank you, Madam Chair. Number 6 of the policy, the board's policy, says unless otherwise authorized by the county board or required by statute, these rules and Robert's Rules of Order will serve as the model for conducting meetings. Where conflict exists, Robert's Rules of Orders and this policy shall prevail. Well, so we're saying the policy prevails.
Okay, all right, so let's discuss.
I will withdraw.
I need to
I will-
change.
Commissioner Ward.
Pass the gavel.
I'm going
I don't think
to.
Commissioner Ward understand. She understands.
We're moving on into point 8.1. Okay, receive and provide direction. I am going to make
I
a
am
motion.
withdrawing my motion to call, to call for the orders of the day.
Withdraw one second.
Okay, I want to make on 8.1, I want to make the motion to not proceed with a ban following the Planning Commission recommendation, not only once, but twice. And I want to read into, to justify that not banning, hold on just a second. The findings of fact that were provided by former attorney Nuttall and adopted by the Planning Commission, not once, but twice. I apologize, I've got way too many papers. Hold on. Nope, here it is. Okay, this is dated April 20th, whereas on April 20th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and received comments. The Winona County Planning Commission hereby finds these findings, and these findings are to support not banning commercial dog breeding. 1, Minnesota chapters 343, 346, and 347 address animal welfare and breeder licensing in the state of Minnesota. Item 2, Minnesota Rules 1721.0490 through 1721.520 provide the rules of dog kennels in the state of Minnesota. Point 3, the Minnesota Board of Animal Health is charged with protection of welfare domestic animals, licensing and regulating commercial dog breeders, and promulgating rules of operation, the best practices of dog kennel facilities. Point 4, the Winona County Sheriff's Office is charged with enforcement of criminal statutes and ordinances and with reporting animal maltreatment to the Board of Animal Health. Item 5, the purpose of the Winona County zoning ordinance is to regulate the use of land in order to protect public health, safety, order, convenience, and general welfare. Number 6, the Winona County zoning ordinance allows for dog kennel facilities as conditional/interim use in agricultural, resource conservation, and rural heritage districts. The planning and item 7, the Planning and Environmental Services Department is charged with the enforcement of the Winona County zoning ordinance and any conditional interim use permit issued pursuant to the ordinance. Number 8, all conditional interim use permits issued to dog kennel facilities require operations to comply with all regulations and standards of the Winona County and the state of Minnesota, and may include other specific conditions such as limiting the number of adult dogs and other relevant requirements. Number 9, there are currently 12 permitted dog kennel facilities in Winona County, 10 of which are active. Number 10, as the date of inspection, 9 of the facilities have an active commercial breeder license from the Minnesota Board of Animal Health, which requires inspection from compliance with state laws and rules, and with 1 active facility not required to have such a license. Number 11, within the past 5 years, the Board of Animal Health has found no animal welfare-related violations of the licensed facilities as the date of inspection. Number 12, as the date of inspection, 7 facilities have an active USDA commercial animal breeder license and 2 facilities not required to have such a license. Item 13, planning and environmental staff inspections of all sites in February 2023 yielded no concern regarding compliance with conditional and interim use permits. Number 14, unlike the Board of Animal Health, Planning and Environmental Services do not have the expertise to adequately enforce animal welfare regulations. Number 15, there is no need to further regulate animal welfare in the Winona County zoning ordinance when there already exist statutes that regulate animal welfare and breeding facilities. When other entities are responsible for the enforcement of the animal welfare regulations, and when the existing facilities appear to be in compliance with state law and local ordinances. Based on these findings of fact, the Planning Commission hereby recommends that no action be taken to revise the Winona County zoning ordinance at this time as it relates to permitting of dog kennels. And that was signed by Mark Clark. It was also referenced in our most recent Planning Commission meeting, public hearing, to adhere to these same findings of fact.
Commissioner Ward has made a motion to accept the recommendation from the Planning Commission and not proceed with an interim ordinance that would not allow future commercial dog kennels. And she's read into findings of fact, those provided by Attorney Stephanie Nuttall back on April 20th of 2023.
I'll second the motion with discussion. I go back to my original take on this situation. As a business owner, we solve problems. If I shut everything down just because there was a problem, I don't know how any business would exist. I basically spend most of my days putting fires out, is really what I do, running around solving problems. I brought this up a long time ago. This issue isn't dead. And I completely understand the concerns of everybody. I really do, including the other three commissioners that will pretty sure vote for this. But I go back and I say, what good does it do to ban it in Winona County? You're just pushing the problem somewhere else. You didn't solve anything. You just made it somebody else's problem. We just heard from people talking about, hey, how good of a job we've done, how the people that we've dealt with for years have conformed to everything we've asked them. Tell me what other group of people don't at least resist to some sort of extent. They want to make a living. Their values, their ideas, things might be different. Every group is different. We talk about DEI and all these wonderful things, but yet here we are saying, no, our way is the best way. We have these other communities. We just did it at the last meeting where unanimously our township officers said, hey, we don't want to do something. And we said, no, we know better than you. It doesn't solve anything to ban this. It just pushes it to another location. And we have the opportunity to continue something. We were just told by virtual 40-year experts how we're literally setting the precedent. I don't know if it's nationally, but at least in the state level. And here we are saying, well, guess what? We're going to throw that precedent away and let it start completely over somewhere else. Just think, it's not going away. You're not going to get rid of the demand for animals. You're throwing away 15 years worth of us trying to set good standards to say, please come follow our standards. If we are the Cadillac, as it was described, if we are the system that's so good, and we have people coming to us saying, look, we'll do an even better job if you ask us to. This just drives it to another place that starts at the very bottom again. And you got to go as activists to go drive it back up to the top. What good did it do? As a business person, that's suicide. We keep building off from what we're already doing. We don't want to start over. There's zero merit in banning something that we've put this much effort in to create the standard as clearly discussed by other people. I honestly cannot understand what is being created by banning something that we spent all this time creating the standards to get it to where it is today. Clearly, not only at our level, but at a state level and potentially, I think I even heard on a national level, by people that have been in the feed industry and get to go see all this stuff. So why are we squashing something and having to start all over with a group of people that are in this industry that I've never heard one of them resist to this? Please tell us what to do. They're coming us with ideas. And we're saying, no. Go start over somewhere else. So I go back to what I've originally said. The demand is not going to go away. Winona County is not going to set the demand for animals. But we have the ability to set the standard in which they are being raised. And we're already doing it. And it sounds to me like we're light years ahead of it. And we've got groups of people that want to work with it. So please somebody tell me, as a business person, what good does this do besides say, not in my county? I don't really care about the animals, just not in my county. Go ahead and start all over there, because it's just going to move immediately. Immediately. The demand is just going to get filled somewhere else. So this creates nothing positive. I think it's a pure negative that we throw away everything that we've done to get to where we're at today. So I just rightfully, guys, cannot understand, although I can appreciate what we're trying to do, you're throwing away years of effort with a group of people that are willing to bend over backwards, clearly bend over backwards to do what they need to do by a group of professional individuals that have seen what it's like outside of our county and said, you guys are setting the precedent. So if somebody can explain to me how this is positive for any animals, because it's not going to stop it, I'd be all ears because I can appreciate both sides. I'm kind of flabbergasted by the whole thing that nobody's thought about that this is just, let's be done with it and not in our county. So I second the motion under that pretext.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Motion on the table is to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and take no action on the issue related to commercial dog breeding, using the finding of facts provided by Attorney Nuttall back in 2023. All those.
I want to make a point of clarification. At the most recent Planning Commission meeting, there was a discussion at the end of the meeting to encourage, and with more research and more study, these canine care programs, how they could benefit our local breeders and any future breeders, and how it would enhance and improve the programs.
Set the
And
standard.
so it was asked that we continue studying that factor of the industry.
Mr. Elsey?
I just say, let's set the standard. I'm not willing to just dismiss the problem and make it somebody else's issue. I'm willing to go after it. I'm willing to say, hey, if there's an issue here, let's look at it. But just simply banning it doesn't accomplish anything. It just pushes it to the next county. There's thousands of counties to pick from where it's going to go from. There ain't nobody in this room is going to solve it in their lifetime. Or we can set the precedent. Are we active or proactive? Or are we just responding to it and saying, not my issue, get out of here? I think it's disheartening. If you truly have the animal's interest in mind, why would you kick them down the road?
Mr. Ward?
Well, and part of the discussion to tag on to Commissioner Elsing's thought is this will not go away. We will create puppy mills. We will create breeders in smaller pockets that don't live up to the standards of veterinary care, quality buildings, heat in the floor, air conditioning, veterinary checks, USDA checks, Board of Animal Health checks. So we will, by banning it, and you're banning it, the figure of 4 animals has come into play. So if you have 4 female dogs you're breeding, there are no rules. Now, I don't think that's what people want. I think people want everybody to follow a certain basic guideline of ethical standards with vet checks and vaccinations and healthcare checks. So again, if you elect to ban it, you are creating a potential problem in Winona County. And reiterate, the city of Winona, which is the majority of our population, has virtually no rules on dog breeding. They do say you're supposed to only have 2 licensed dogs, but it's not heavily enforced. So you're asking half the population to live under one set of standards and the other half of the population with virtually no standards.
Let's hope them, not hurt them.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. I'll handle a gavel back.
I think you have to keep it till point of order. I think she has to keep it till the issue is done.
Yeah, I'm not.
We're not done with 8.1 unless no action is being taken.
Unless you
Well,
want to make a motion.
We'll see if I do. Commissioner Olson?
I would like to hear the agenda item to receive direction from the staff.
Okay. So we're going to receive the recommendations from staff.
Madam Chair, thank you. I and Assistant County Attorney Crayons and staff are here today to help you through this agenda item. Before I get started, I'd like to thank the Planning Commissioner Chair Eugene Hansen for his important work managing the latest public hearing, allowing a diversity of testimony and engaging the rest of the Planning Commission. I also want to acknowledge the professionalism of my team of planners, support staff, Assistant County Attorney Kranz on their thoughtful and deliberate work that has allowed us to arrive at this place in the process with an extensive body of work that they can be proud of. I believe that extensive record will allow the county to make informed decision on this issue. As mentioned earlier, this item has been before the county since 2016, and then again on May 8th, 2023, the Plan Commission submitted findings to the county board to not amend the county ordinance to limit future commercial dog breeding kennels. That was done again in just February 20th, where the Plan Commission again held that public hearing that I referred to. On the prohibition that's before you would remove kennels, dog breeding kennels as a conditional use. I want to make clear that that's not going to ban, we're not intending to ban boarding kennels or other humane society type facilities. And then, so with that, the options before you here today are to, and again, staff and Attorney Kranz is here to help you with this, is to create and adopt findings and take action to approve or disapprove the proposed amendment, or set a timetable that will result in the board adopting findings and taking action on the proposed amendment within 60 days of the Planning Commission's recommendation. That would be on April 21st of this year. The board may, prior to taking further action, request additional reports or presentations addressing specific questions or concerns raised at public hearing or by the Plan Commission.
Are there any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Oh, was it tie? Commissioner Ward?
Well, findings of fact, I firmly believe that is an important role in this decision-making, and they should be determined by the board, not delegating that to staff. Because it is a voted on process to change the policy, and we're the policymakers. Staff is not the policymakers. So I would indicate that the county board members need to create the findings of fact and then have those findings of fact reviewed by council, not ask council to come up with them. Because council, I think, county attorneys and all of us work for all the citizens of Winona County, not just a few selected members of the county or even, the county board. You work for all of us. So I think it would be unfair to ask staff to come up with your findings of fact, because they should be the neutral party in all of this. And if the county board wants to find their findings of fact, I think they need to be established today here at a public meeting.
And that's exactly what we've laid out
Right.
here. Yep.
And that's one reason I think that findings of fact were not provided in our packet. They have been in the past, but they were not board-driven findings of fact. They were the legal findings of fact, which I think is a difference.
Thank you. Yes, staff 100% agrees with what you said, which is why findings weren't included, because didn't have a policy direction to work with or facts to help with the legal language of when Mr. Cieslak says staff is here to help, it would just be if the board chose to adopt findings of facts today, to just ensure that the language is sufficient, that how those are worded. And I also just want to clarify, just for everybody that the current motion or the proposed amendment would not ban existing kennels. All the conditional use permits would remain in place indefinitely. So that's all I have to say.
And that's not something we can control. That's by statute. That's by state law. Once you get a conditional use permit, it goes with the land.
Yeah, but in the.
Unless it's violated, you can't. But there is a process to remove a conditional use permit if there are violations cited.
Right, and the statute, the conditional use permit statute says just that. It also says that nothing in that statute prevents a board from changing the status of a conditional use generally within the county. So.
Mr. Olson?
Question for you, Steve. So I have findings. Would you recommend that I make a motion, hopefully receive a second, and introduce the findings to you to formalize for a future agenda item?
What I would recommend is that the board discuss those proposed findings and even discuss the planning commission recommendation. And if the board agrees that those findings are ones you want to move forward with, then give staff direction to ensure that the language in them is legally sufficient.
So I'd like to make a motion to reject the planning commission's recommendation and to follow through with the proposed amendment to the Winona County zoning ordinance as identified in our agenda item. And I will provide findings if I receive a second.
I'll second that.
Can we all see copies of that?
I'll give them to staff.
No, I would,
I'll
can't-
read them for the
I
record.
can't vote on something. I'm sorry, my
I'll read
point
them
of
just as you
processing,
did.
I would like a hard copy of it.
So-
Can you make hard copies?
Sure.
Where's, thank you.
And I'll further add that I was present at the planning commission meeting online. I appreciate all the testimony that was given. I listened. You're right, the gold standard. And perhaps we have reached that. My findings are going to say that's not enough. That the psychological impact on the dogs that are kept in the breeding facilities and the puppies that are removed and sold outweigh any standards that are currently in place.
Can you provide us with names of individuals who are experts in that field?
When I get my record back, I will.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Elsing?
thank you for at least acknowledging that, Commissioner Olson, that we are actually setting the standard. And I go back to why throw that away? The demand isn't going to decrease. We're hearing the demand is going to increase. This solves nothing. It just pushes the demand to another county as the demand continues to increase for more animals. I think it's sad that we can't build off from this and continue to try to help with the situation if it's truly a passion for people. I don't agree with becoming this all-inclusive rule setting. Everything has to follow. We let one group of people dictate the issues of others. But I definitely can appreciate the fact that we are where we're at today. And quite honestly, I would think, just based on what I know of the other commissioners, that the opposite, that to solve a problem, you can't just simply ignore it. And this is, to me, ignoring the problem. It's just simply saying, and I say it again, it's going to happen. We keep forgetting that part. It's going to happen, no matter what. No matter what we decide here today, whether we decide to not ban it, whether we decide to ban it. The increase in animals is going to continue to go up. The demand goes up. The population is going up. So it's not going away. And so as that keeps coming, it's going to go somewhere. So that very well thing that Commissioner Olson talked about, the well-being of the animal, doesn't eliminate whether we vote for it or don't vote for it. If we don't vote, if we vote for the ban, it's definitely going to happen. It's just going to happen somewhere else. It doesn't change anything. We didn't solve the problem today. We might have solved the problem of having to discuss this in Winona County for 1 year, because that's what it's going to set. It's going to set the precedent under rule number 8, which I agree. I think that's the way it should be. It doesn't solve anything. We didn't do anything today. You didn't help a dog. You didn't help anybody. You didn't help a dog out. You pushed it to another county. Because today the demand went up, and tomorrow the demand will go up, and the next day the demand will go up, and the next day the demand will go up, and it's going to get filled in a different location. So we didn't do anything here today if we ban this. We simply kicked the can down the road just to make it somebody else's problem, and they're going to start at the bottom to get to where we are today. So I guess if this is truly an issue about animal welfare, congratulations, we did nothing today.
Commissioner Bagley, and then I'm going to give the floor back to
Well,
Commissioner
actually,
Olson.
I guess maybe it makes procedurally to continue with what
Okay.
Commissioner Olson was
All
going
right,
to
so
say.
then you'll be next.
So the findings I'm going to present here have all been introduced at the either planning commission or the county board level to this board or previous boards. So psychological and harmful and physical harm to dogs. Scientific studies, including those by Dr. Franklin McMillan, who testified to this board, show that commercial dog breeding kennels cause psychological trauma and long-term harm to dogs. The confinement, repeated breeding, and separation from their litters result in abnormal behaviors, fears, and health issues. We have concerns over regulatory oversight that's been expressed several times. Agencies like the USDA, Minnesota Board of Animal Health, oversee commercial dog breeding. There have been ongoing concerns about the effectiveness of enforcement. Instances of inconsistent inspections, limited transparency, and challenges in addressing violations have raised questions about whether the current regulatory system adequately protects animal welfare. There's been strong community support and expert testimony. Over 900 residents have petitioned in favor of banning future commercial dog breeding permits. Numerous testimonies from veterinarians, animal welfare experts, and affected consumers have highlighted the cruelty and health issues associated with these kennels. And legal and ethical justification for a ban, Minnesota law permits counties to regulate land use for the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. A Minnesota court, in a unpublished opinion, ruled that dogs are companion animals, not livestock. The definition of livestock is what permits any of this to happen, or production units, reinforcing that commercial breeding should not be treated as an agricultural practice.
Commissioner Bagley, then Commissioner Elsing.
I'm going to vote in favor of the motion to prohibit further permits for a couple of reasons. First of all, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone from staff, it doesn't impact existing breeders. It does nothing to impact existing breeders. And I want to acknowledge that we have some great dog breeders in Winona County. I don't know if Tim Sharma is still here. But what I know of Tim and Jenny, what you do is fantastic work out there. So this is no commentary on the people who are doing a great job raising dogs. And currently we have no current applications for new facilities. So it has no effect on the existing dog breeders, and we have no applications currently in the works. It doesn't impact, and it will not impact. I've received a couple of emails about what's next, chickens, hogs, and cattle. This is two very different issues. These are companion animals. And this, in my opinion, is, and I'll speak in my opinion, not speaking definitively like I'm the master of all facts. This is simply what's best for dogs. And I think we can move Winona County to that gold standard. This helps us get there, especially if people inside and outside the county know that we value the condition of dogs. That will attract more business to Winona County. And I'm looking forward to the continued conversation about how to work with people to do what they're already doing well, even better, et cetera. So I want to vote in favor of the motion to prohibit further permits, and looking forward to a continued conversation with the breeders to find ways to continue to build upon the good things that they're already doing.
Commissioner Elsing?
It, again, doesn't make any sense to me. If we say they're doing a good job, like we said, we've got great breeders. We said it, Commissioner Bagley, we've got great breeders, the people that are doing a good job. We've got the gold standard. Hey, good. It doesn't stop the people. We're well aware of that. So if they're doing a good job and these things don't exist, and we say, hey, good job, guys, then why wouldn't we want that to happen in our county? Why don't we want to embrace this? I also can see the point of, hey, tomorrow it's chickens and then it's hogs and this and that. And at one time, dogs weren't considered a companion animal. And today, people want to consider them a companion animal. And most of the breeds were bred for functionality, not as companion animals, even as less as 50 years ago. So that can change. And when that begins to change, it makes it difficult on the economic structure in which people make their living. And so to me, it's the beginning of a slippery slope. And although the state might recognize it to a certain extent, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gospel if we can continue to push back against that. I just say, I'm going to say this again. If it's good what we have now, then why aren't we appreciating the fact that we could, if so, let it be that we could have more to take it out of the other areas that don't have the standards that we do? I'm going to say it, ask the question again. By banning it, and clear and concise evidence says that the need for animals is continuing to go up, how are we helping anything in our current situation or anything outside of our current area and situation by doing this? You're literally limiting the fact that we just said the people that we have here are doing a great job and we want to continue to work with them. That's what I'm saying. Let's open it up for business and let's keep working with people, taking the issues that exist in other areas and saying, hey, come set the gold standard, come work with us. We'll get you there. And let the people that are doing it and want to do it in our county become that standard. Shutting it down doesn't improve anything for animals. Shutting it down doesn't do anything for the population demand that's here. It's just so counterintuitive and contradictory to what it is that we're actually, if you so truly are concerned about animal welfare. How does this help? I just literally still cannot understand how this helps. We're not doing anything.
Commissioner Ward?
A question that Commissioner Bagley asked, impact current breeders. If this ban goes into effect, are they restricted? Can they make improvements? Can they add animals? Because if we do some of these things, it costs more money to implement additional programs and additional guidelines. So is a current conditional, we're saying we can't take away their conditional use permit, which I agree with totally, but does it prohibit them from making improvements to their operations or expanding their operations?
As long as it doesn't violate the conditions of whatever the conditions of their existing.
Okay, and most of those, we had limits of number of dogs. How would they, most of them, how would they, because it's just like any other enterprise, if you have to have more rules and regulations, you have to generate more income to cover those rules and regulations. How would they apply for a change in their, to increase their animal units? Would they apply for a change in their conditional use permit, or would they have to go get a variance?
It wouldn't be a variance. It would be an amendment to their conditional use permit, which is functionally the same thing as going through the process over again.
Okay, so there would be an avenue to increase size.
As long as it wasn't prohibited with the existing CUP.
The existing CUP.
So
I'm not the chair, you're the chair.
I get that.
I'm
I
not
forgot
done.
there. I forgot.
I'm-
But
I'm
can I
not-
just make,
Yeah.
so are you saying that if their conditional use permit had a limit in terms of the adult dogs and they wanted to increase that, they would have to come for a change?
Yeah.
But if their permit doesn't have one, they don't.
That would be right.
Okay,
Gotcha, okay.
thank you.
As to the findings of fact, number one here, psychological and physical harm. So with doing my research through the College of Veterinary Medicine, Purdue University, The standards of care were created by Dr. Candace Croney, PhD at Purdue University in 2013, based on existing and ongoing research. They are further developed in collaboration with recognized academic and practicing animal science and veterinary medicine leaders with expertise in diverse canine welfare sciences, genetics, physical health, and behavior. So there are other people that are, working on this. And again, this is related to the canine care program. Number two, the concerns about regulatory oversight. Time and time again, people have said, we can't get information from either the USDA or Board of Animal Health. Has the planning department or any staff, legal or planning, done a Freedom of Information Act to obtain information from either of these agencies?
I can't answer that, but Attorney Kranz or
We have not needed an Freedom of Information request to get data. The issue with the Board of Animal Health is that all their data is non-public. They have to make a decision that we need it for law enforcement purposes in order to give us the data. And there's not a timely access to the data. The individual spoke earlier that said that all the inspection reports and all that that the Board of Animal Health produces is not public data, and we have to keep it private too if they give it to us. The USDA, I will say they have improved their computer system, and it's easier now to search for inspection reports at the USDA. It's just not information that's directly sent to us from the USDA.
Right, but it is available, and I've contacted people at these agencies, and I've had other citizen constituents contact them, and they have gotten information. Looks like we've got a point.
Are you finished, Commissioner?
No, I'm not. I want to recognize the speaker at the
I
podium.
am the chair, so I will recognize the speaker when you're
It
done.
looks like she's got an answer for one of my questions. Okay, I'll continue. The strong community support and expert testimony. You have to be careful of this one. There is case law saying when you can use all of the neighborhood comments and when you can't. There is a definitive different case law, so you have to be careful of that one. The health, safety, and morals and general welfare of the community. Again, it was stated in our first findings of fact that zoning is a land and use. It's not an animal welfare avenue. And I will put into the record also that Congress, this was 23-24. This is Congress. This is federal. They were proposing to introduce a Puppy Protection Act of 2023. Adequate housing, exercise, veterinary care, appropriate nutritious food, continuous access to portable water, and meaningful socialization of humans and compatible animals for at least 30 days. We're already doing that, folks. That's already in our conditions and such. So they are contemplating, and then also at the state level, I know the Ann Olsons and organizations are trying to get a companion animal legislation, but I don't think it's reached any level of hierarchy. So the conditions or the findings here are somewhat arbitrary and capricious in my mind.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah.
So when you're done, I just want.
Well,
After
Yeah,
Olivia,
just been-
Olivia.
Ms. Luther
Yeah,
speaks,
gotcha.
then you,
Yep.
for sure you. I put you are on the list.
Gotcha, thank you.
Are you done, Commissioner Ward?
For the time being.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Just one point to add to Assistant County Attorney Kranz's comments. The USDA inspection reports are public information that can be requested on their website. Board of Animal Health inspection reports, however, are not. We did reach out to the program staff at the companion animal program twice now, from August of 2020 up until October of 2024 last year. There were 2 violations of their program. Both were administrative in nature from breeders that are in Winona County. So
Administrative meaning maybe some paperwork.
paperwork, correct.
There
Yep.
wasn't any mistreatment of animal or any documented.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to Commissioner Bagley.
Based on what my understanding of this issue, which predates my term on the county board, this third term, this issue has been discussed for 9 years, going back to 2016. I think it's time to vote and move on. There's many valid points. I want to recognize the very valid points and good points that people in the public have made, what Commissioner Ward and Elsing have made, but I'd like to encourage the board to vote and move on. We have a lot of other items on the agenda today.
I would like the opportunity to speak before we do.
Absolutely.
Mr. Ward?
Well, we just passed at our last meeting to update the comprehensive land use plan, or the comprehensive plan. And in that comp plan, I guess we're using the existing one. We haven't updated it yet, but there is a line in there for economic development for all, economic opportunities for all. And I think as Commissioner Elsing has brought out, you're shutting the door on economic opportunity. In one of Mr. Kranz's presentations, I think we need to brush up on our amendments 5 and 14. I think we're going down a very slippery slope about denying. It's not, we have allowed commercial dog breeding for many years. Now, all of a sudden, we want to ban it. That is taking away a right, in my opinion, of people. So it's not like we never allowed it. We did allow it, and we have allowed it successfully with good conditions, gold standards and everything. So now you're trying to ban something that we have allowed. I think a court of law may have interest in that, the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment. And again, I have said that be careful. You're kind of isolating a particular subculture within our Winona County borders. And I do want to say that some of the Amish breeders wanted to be here today. They came to our planning commission because they are very concerned, but they had a community unfortunate emergency that prohibits them from being here today, a tragedy in their community. But they are very concerned. They are law-abiding, respectful people, and they have tried to fulfill all the conditions we've put on them. And I've said long and hard that with the conditional use permit, it's each and every application individually. They're not lumped together. We're taking an industry and we're lumping it together. We're saying they're puppy mills, and that's far from the information that I have or the aspect I have. But we're lumping them all in one group. But a conditional use permit does not lump them in one group. It takes each individual application into consideration. You can put limits on it. You can put, hours. You can put number of dogs. You can control it with a conditional use permit. And if there's any violation or anything in our zoning ordinance, in our comp plan, there are remedies can't cancel or whatever the term you want to use of a conditional use permit. So all the factors are there for control. To ban it just is lumping everybody into the same the bucket. And I think we're all individuals and they're all individual businesses, and I think they should be respected.
Mr. Elsing?
What you're alluding to is public distress in officials and the ability to look forward and say, do I feel I'm going to be able to conduct business in Winona County? I agree. And it's just another, I'm going to say it again. We have these boards. They consistently bring things to us that we override. And you want to talk about public distrust, you talk about hard getting people onto these boards. Why would you? They bring us stuff and we deny it. And it's again, and I'm going to ask the question, how did this solve a dog's problem today? Nobody's given me an answer.
Further discussion? If not, I'd like to share.
Are there any other findings of fact? I mean, this is what you're basing your decision on. And you're forwarding this to legal to defend in a potential litigation suit? Or do you have more condition? Are there more findings of fact that we need to consider?
Typically, the chair waits to be last to speak. I would love to speak, but I'm waiting until everyone else has had a
The
chance.
time is come. Please go.
Right there.
Well, I do have a question before you speak. I do have a question. Tracy Fernan, is she a expert? Is this expert testimony or is this a citizen? I don't know who this person is.
It's Greg's fiance.
It's my fiance whose computer I printed that from.
Okay, just asking. I don't know. I thought it was some regional expert, obviously not. Okay.
Okay, so going back to 2022, when I first began to hear about this topic, I came to a place where I believed that I wanted to do more for the dogs. And that really has been my question all along, is what can I do to protect animal welfare? In response to Commissioner Elsing's points, number one, that the demand grows, so we need to keep having more commercial dog breeders. I'm going to go back to the Planning Commission meeting at which an individual who spoke that was connecting to the meeting on Ring Central, so over the internet, talked about the number of shelter pets and dogs that are euthanized every year. And so I would say, is the demand growing? And do the folks who get these dogs, because we've had testimony also back on April 20th of 2023, that many times folks who buy these dogs don't understand where the dogs came from. And once they find out, then some of them have been motivated to become a part of folks like those who have been coming to us for all these years, asking us to help protect dogs. So will the dogs just move to Wabasha County or Goodhue County or Olmsted County? My point would be that in taking steps to protect animals here in Winona County, we have the ability to empower other counties to see that there is a need and to see that there is the possibility to move forward and to see that there's a demand from the public that is being heard. And so I think that in the end, it has the potential to have more widespread consequences. And the other thing is that when I go to bed at night, I want to feel as if I have done what I said in the very beginning, which is I want to figure out how it is that we're going to protect the animals. So back in 2022, the planning director at the time was Kay Qualley, and Stephanie Nuttall, whose findings you read, was the assistant county attorney. Neither are with Winona County anymore. But what they told us in their presentation was that there are other levels of government that are taking care of this work. You don't need to do it. But as I door knocked and as I listened to my constituents, many of which have spoken, they've spoken here today and they've spoken at many other meetings, I came to learn a number of things. The first thing is that the standards that are set by the Animal Welfare Act at the federal level and by the standards also at the state of Minnesota are very low enough that they do not protect the dogs. So back on April 20th of 2023, when we had a public hearing, Bob Baker was online. You can hear his remarks on the YouTube recording of that meeting. He represents the Missouri Alliance for Animal Legislation. He called the federal standards survival standards, and the American Association for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals on their website calls those standards as designed to keep the female dogs just healthy enough to reproduce. There is no regulation about how often the dogs can be bred, and so they churn out litter after litter of puppies. We heard a story from a constituent at one of our hearings about a dog that had been dropped off at the Humane Society in Rochester from a dog breeder in Winona County, had spent, according to the vet, its life in a cage on a cold floor in a cement barn, had arthritis badly enough in its hindquarters that it couldn't walk. So the point is, those people aren't breaking the law in any way. They're simply following the standards as put down by the breeding industry. It is legal for a dog to live in a cage that is just 6 inches longer than their body. Those are just the ways in which we set a very low bar for our breeders. Also at the 2023 Planning Commission meeting, veterinarian Frank McMillan presented us with 3 peer-reviewed studies. Those are the ones that Commissioner Olson is referring to in his findings of fact. I listened to the testimony again last night. So we've been given evidence of the harm that the allowed business practices in the industry can cause. We've been told by Assistant County Attorney Steve Krantz that the reports from the State Animal Board of Health are not public. We don't really know about those violations. But we do know about the USDA violations, and we have those available to us. They go back over a decade. At our meeting of February 13th of 2024, I read from those reports. I had started by taking a point from the Humane Society that identifies practices that are legal and allowed inside the industry that end up being bad for dogs, like tiny cages, not having climate control, and poor vet care, no grooming. And then I went back through those violation reports and I found examples where animals were not being kept in cages that were as big as what was required, where people were not following the conditioning standards in terms of maximum and minimum temperatures for the dogs, where they hadn't kept their dog shots up to date and they weren't providing the appropriate medical checks from the veterinarians. The point being, we know that some of those animal welfare violations have happened here. Now, if we have commercial breeders that have performed their business above the industry standard and above what the minimum animal welfare laws are, then that's fabulous. But we also have evidence that not all people do follow those standards. We've received numerous items of evidence about the failure of the USDA to report violations and to take action, even when the violations are reported. Again, that goes back to Bob Baker, but also I read some information from the ASPCA website back in February of 2024 that identified how many violations and yet that no action had been taken, no puppies removed, no licenses revoked. So the point is, even though our staff told us in the beginning that there is another level of government tasked with taking care of animal welfare, we've seen plenty of evidence that they are not doing a very good job of protecting dogs, at least at commercial dog breeders. And lastly, our staff has told us that they don't have the expertise or the standards to manage the welfare of dogs. Even the sheriff has said that this is true. And given that declaration, when I come back to that question that I asked in the beginning, which is how can I do more to protect animal welfare? The one thing that I can do is make sure that I don't let the situation get worse by not allowing any more kennels. So I am going to support this motion. And I feel like there is evidence for the points that Commissioner Olson has put forward for findings of fact. Commissioner Ward.
You vote to ban. Where are you going to establish standards for the, what you will create as backyard breeders of 4 or less dogs? Are you going to investigate and set standards for 4 or less? But there again, we aren't requiring them to have any kind of license or permit or anything. So how can you enforce anything on a backyard breeder? And then we're also talking that we're not going to restrict boarding kennels or humane service things. So a humane service, are we going to set standards for a humane service and boarding kennels? Because a humane service with no rules, they can have multiple animals in not the best condition and maybe not the most polite animals that could be a threat to public safety. So again, looking beyond, if you're going to ban the commercial, what are you going to do about I'll refer to them, unfortunately, as backyard breeders, individual breeders, if you're really truly concerned about the animal, because one animal can be abused in a situation or 50 animals can be abused. There's no limit size for animal cruelty or animal abuse. So again, I'm asking the 3 of you that seem to be supporting this ban, what's your plan for that factor in our county? And I'm not expecting, I'm asking the question of these 3, not you, Mr. Cieslak, because again, you're not the policymaker, you just have to implement the policy. They are creating a policy. So I ask, where are we going with that? Is it just a mute issue that under 4 is not a problem? They can take care of them?
I would say that the commercial dog breeding industry, and as it's described when I read to you from the website of the Humane Society, they take actions because their primary concern is with making money. And they cut corners in order to make more money. And so from that perspective, your suggestion that people who have dogs or less than 4 dogs, I don't really think that's an issue on the table today.
Well, I read Craigslist periodically, and there's always dogs on there for sale, and it just says, you know, come get this dog or free dog. And so again, if you're truly concerned about dog welfare, psychology and everything, how do we truly protect all dogs, not just those coming out of commercial breeders? I think there's something lacking here.
I think it's time to vote and move on.
Well, I would like an answer.
The problem, Commissioner Ward, is if I answered 100 questions today, you would ask 100 more questions.
Well, but you have the answer for the 4 breeders.
It's your opposite, it's your MO. You just you try to filibuster this issues. It's time, let it go. Let's vote and move on.
The constituents' health and their livelihood to pay our taxes. Unfortunately, they have property taxes. We want small farms. So what have we got? We've got 10 people, maybe not 10 right now, running small farms. One of them is 17 acres. He has over $6,000 property taxes. You're affecting his livelihood to make money to pay his property taxes. And we don't take dogs and cats and corn.
There are no pending applications. If there was 1 or 20, that's a different issue. Can we please vote and move on?
Well, there aren't any because you've put the word on the street. Don't even think of coming to Winona County to do this. You're stifling economic opportunities. Yeah, who in their right mind would come and apply for a permit today?
That want to move out of county, they're moving to Kansas.
But you have so for the record, at this point in time, you have no concern for the 4-dog amount or standards for boarding and rescue operations.
That was not my response. I would like to vote and move on to the other important items on the agenda.
Well, this is a very important item.
Further discussion? Hearing none. The motion on the table, made by Commissioner Olson, seconded by Commissioner Vagley, is to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation and go ahead and follow through with the amendment as it was presented in the agenda. Commissioner Olson has provided a rough draft of some findings, and I would assume that staff will come back with the actual resolution at a future time.
What I'd recommend is that the record show the findings verbally if they're not going to be written today prior to adopting it. The only wording on these that I don't see is discussing the relationship between the legitimate needs of the state or the health, safety, welfare of people in the county and the welfare of dogs, since these all deal with the welfare of dogs. And that whether there is that relationship or not between those two things.
So you would like this to be a draft, a verbal draft, or I apologize.
No, I'm just saying that I think if the board were to vote on this issue, you should, if you don't have written findings today, you should have verbal findings. There's sufficient, your discussion has discussed every one of these, so you have addressed them. I think it would also be good to discuss the relationship between the issue and the welfare of the county, or the interest of the county.
So there are Minnesota statutes that allow us, Winona County, through our zoning ordinance to protect public interest, public health, safety, morals, general welfare, and animal welfare is not excluded from those laws. And I'm suggesting that animal welfare is a part of that. We have ordinances that we consider moral in terms of where we allow, let's say, adult bookstores or whatever, they are. And it's the same sort of thing. I personally don't want on my conscience what I think is terrible maltreatment of dogs to be allowed inside the county. And so for me, this is a point where I think that animal welfare should be a concern of the general welfare of the county. Others? Commissioner Ward?
I think you have to be careful with the health, safety, and welfare. There is a court case where, yes, and I did reach out to the Attorney General. I have yet to hear back from them, their interpretation of health, safety, and welfare. And the situation was much different. It was in a condensed residential neighborhood where the individual was keeping, and I don't remember the number, a large number of dogs, and there was a problem. They had got calls from barking, and then there was a concern of animal waste and everything, but it was a very small residential lot. We are allowing this in ag, natural resource areas where by the rational basis test, we allow larger numbers of animals. And yes, at this point, dogs are in the livestock. That's the rules that are there. But we allow large, breeding of cows, sheep, pigs, chickens. So the rational basis to limit one type of animal over another, and health, safety, and welfare usually pertains to human, not animal.
Commissioner Bagley?
So, Mr. Kranz, what was your suggestion, please?
I
How do we move beyond this? Or what do you recommend? What are some options?
So I suggested that you discuss the relationship between the interest or needs of the county and the motion that's being considered. What the board could do today is you could adopt findings verbally and then vote, or you could direct staff to take your discussion and draft findings, which could then be voted on at a later meeting and then vote on the motion. Or you could request additional information or presentations. Or, I'm sorry, again, this would take time, but we could work on, if we have clear direction on the findings that you want, we could review them and draft them during this meeting.
Or you could do nothing in regards to your issue, because this is what has been presented to us today. That's another option, correct?
Right,
Okay.
it is.
All right, thank you.
Steve, and I believe in my motion, I did reference the years of testimony that have been provided, the video testimony, the spoken testimony, the written testimony. It's all referenced in my motion. I believe that should stay on the record. Thank you.
Personally, I would like to get this, I would like to take action on this today and
I'm going to call the question.
not have to move forward and keep having this debate again.
I'm also comfortable with moving forward with the motion as is.
Yeah. However, I do want this to be, I do want us to have our resolution in order. So honestly, if you are here and we are going to continue with the remainder of our agenda, one idea would be to approve this now, but to see the language a little bit later in the meeting. Is that possible?
I wouldn't approve it until you see the language. I mean, you could prove it, you could talk about why you're approving it now and what findings you're adopting. But I think you have to have those findings, the reason on the record.
I think that, sorry, Commissioner Meyer.
Yep.
I think that what Commissioner Meyer had said, referencing the past testimony, in addition to this, I feel comfortable that there's nothing we can do to make ourselves 100% bulletproof when it comes to litigation, but I feel comfortable that we've done due diligence in this matter. I'd like to vote.
Will you second the call to question? Will somebody second the call to question? Proceed to vote. It doesn't mean you have to vote in favor. It just call the question.
Also requires a
Second.
two-thirds majority. I will say this, sitting in front of me is a document that Animal Folk provided several years ago. And it has some proposed findings in it. So I'd like to read the findings. One.
Can you provide us a written copy? Again, I don't like findings thrown at me verbally. Can you go get a copy?
I mean, these findings were made available to you at some time in the past.
Okay, well, I don't have them. I don't.
Back in 2023.
I don't have them in my
Go
packet.
ahead and we get copies made. It's 2 pages.
Both sides operate that way.
They do fit pretty well with, I think, the bullet points that Commissioner Olson put together.
The thinking is to add the possible bullet points to this finding of fact.
Yep. It is in the form of a resolution. And it does pretty much talk about, I think, these are all the things that we've been hearing over the last 3-4 years. Thank you.
Findings in writing.
Commissioner Bagley, how late can you stay today?
As long as need be.
Okay.
Thank you for asking them. Not past 2:00.
Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, because I have a doctor's appointment at 3 in Caledonia.
We can carpool.
My concern about time is not because of my teaching schedule, it's just about us resolution and moving forward to the other items on the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, and if needed, you can push some things back if you need to.
So we're waiting for a copy.
Photocopies of of some proposed possible findings. Should we just take a 5-minute break?
Sounds good. Thank you. I'm sorry, did she say we're taking 5?
Yep, 5-minute break.
Yes.
It's okay. I got it.
Thank you, Olivia.
$72,000 a year. $169,000. Should be saved. Lobbyists coming down from St. Paul. Records show, and your address is a UPS store.
We don't need that.
Mr. Craig, do you have a copy of what Olivia printed? Thank you.
Hi.
Okay, call it to order, we can vote quick.
No.
No, I apologize, but I do think we need to go through these, so I'm going to wait for the other two commissioners to return.
I'm kidding.
So 900 petitions.
Hard copy. Okay.
Okay. So the first item on here, the first whereas clause. Winona County recognized significant public interest and concern regarding industrial dog breeding kennels and the mass production of puppies, with over 900 petitions submitted to the county board in opposition to those breeding operations. So that is updated and consistent with Mr. Olson's bullet point about strong community support and expert testimony. Whereas the public and subject experts have expressed concerns about industrial dog breeding kennels since 2015, when 6 kennels were granted permits, even though all kennels were then in violation of the law. These concerns and comments have continued throughout the years, with comments submitted to the Planning Commission and the County Board. Do you think that we would need to put the dates of all the hearings, or just leave that as is?
I don't think the dates would be needed because it's in the record if this was before the board before.
Yep, and it has been both to the Planning Commission and the County Board over time. Whereas significant data and studies have been provided to the Planning Commission and the County Board showing harm to breeding dogs and puppies from industrial breeding due to long-term confinement of the breeding dogs, stress of conditions, limited positive interaction and socialization with humans, no or limited enrichment, cement and wire flooring, restricted exercise, untreated medical conditions, and other factors negatively impacting the welfare and physical and psychological health of the animals, which can lead to fear, anxiety, aggressive behavior, and other problems the animals may develop.
Okay, I question that because with our conditions, we have set the size of the kennels, the access to outside fresh air, the access to food, the socialization of the animals. We've addressed almost all those things in our conditional use permits.
But there is no language about any of those things in the conditional use permits.
Well, it's implied in the, if you go back and listen to the discussions, and it's talked about in each of the conditional use permits. And they say in there that you will, anything that they talk about in their conditional use permit process, where they have talked about having outdoor recreation, having kennels and all these things, and it says you will adhere to all things that are discussed during your conditional use hearing permit process.
So
So
while
I argue that you're drawing a conclusion here with, again, a very generalization, not specific to our Winona County conditional use permit holders.
So I'm going to go back to things that have been said by Commissioner Olson and also things that I have said. So first of all, we have scientific studies that have looked at what are, so the practices are set by state statute and by the animal welfare laws at the federal level. And we have received evidence that these are the bare minimum. We've had expert testimony by someone saying that this is the survivable standard. So I would say that we have had significant data and studies providing to the Planning Commission and the board that showed the harm.
But not specific to Winona County operations. No, we
I have,
don't.
because we
No,
have
we
read from
don't.
USDA reports of specific violations happening here in Winona County. Whereas Winona County has granted 12 permits and is known as the puppy mill capital of Minnesota due to its granting, and this has negatively impacted the reputation of Winona County. Do you want to keep that in? I'm sort of thinking.
That's a puppy mill capital. That's a very derogatory term.
It is indeed.
Let's drop that one.
Drop it?
And
Yep.
negatively impact our reputation. I don't think you can prove that.
Okay, so I'm in favor of dropping it. Commissioner Bagley, Commissioner Olson, Commissioner Olson. Okay. Whereas Planning and Environmental Services Department in Winona County is charged with the enforcement of conditional/interim use permits pursuant to the ordinance, but the staff are not experts in the science of animal welfare and do not have the qualifications to adequately enforce animal welfare regulations, and the county doesn't have sufficient resources to ensure compliance of the law. Recent visits of the facilities by county staff were announced, allowing conditions with the facilities to be altered, and as noted by county staff, 2 of the kennels refused to allow the staff to enter, illustrating the county's inability to verify compliance.
They were probably not allowed to enter because of biosecurity, and that's with any animal operation.
So-
without appointments. So I think that's a very negative statement.
So should we drop that last statement?
Sure, the whole last sentence.
Yep, the whole last sentence. But although I mean, the rest is true. Our staff and the sheriff have clearly said they're not in a position to do this.
But the sheriff is delegated through statute to be the animal welfare enforcement. So I mean, if he's avoiding his statutory responsibilities, that's
coming up
beyond our control.
Whereas concerns have been expressed about the federal government in its enforcement of the Animal Welfare Act pertaining to licensed dog breeding facilities, including multiple lawsuits, congressional orders, audits, and other means, documenting questionable conduct and policies by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and lack of protection of the dogs and puppies.
Do you have specifics there? That, again, is a very broad brush stroke. Do you
Yes.
have specifics?
I do have specifics, and we have been given specifics. There were on,
I think the specifics should be listed if you're going to use specifics, because again, that's how laws are. You got to look at court cases and you got to look at precedents and stuff.
we had about 20 or 30 pages of examples that were given in the Planning Commission packet on April 20th of 2023.
Let's leave it, and if it's challenged, we can.
They're in the record.
Yep.
They're in the record.
It's in the record. Whereas concerns have been expressed about the state government and its ability to properly enforce Minnesota statutes 34657 through 34765, which is the dog and cat breeder law, including no rules created by the Board of Animal Health for the dog and cat breeders law for enhanced and effective enforcement of the state law. So the individuals from Animal Folks have talked to us about how, yes, the statute was on the books, but the Board of Animal Health failed to create the actual rules for the enforcement of that.
And that's something beyond our control. That's state statute. That's a higher level of government.
Is
You
true.
can advocate for it, but we can't change it.
Whereas Winona County Sheriff's Office is charged with enforcement of chapters 343 and Minnesota animal cruelty statutes. However, cruelty complaints are rarely filed due to no or limited access by the public to kennel conditions and the animals, and no or limited reporting of suspect cruelty or neglect by veterinarians employed by the breeders. Further, expenses to address violation of cruelty statutes can be significant to the county due to the necessary care and housing of multiple animals if they are seized.
I would find it very offensive if I was a veterinarian and you're saying I'm neglecting, they take an oath of office to protect. Yeah, I've got it here somewhere. I mean, I would be very, very offended because they are professionals. And if they see, it's just like a child protection worker. If they see any mistreatment or cruelty, they are under oath to report it. So I think you better strike that.
Actually, we did receive evidence of veterinarians who did not speak out.
It's an odd thing.
Be okay if we just drop that, whereas.
Yeah, because we've taken quite a long time. So, yeah, that's Greg, from Commissioner Wilson. Okay,
You're going to drop that whole paragraph? Or,
Yes.
okay.
okay. Whereas Minnesota statutes, including statute sections 39421, 394301, and 37551, allows Winona County through its zoning ordinance to protect the public's interest and public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Animal welfare is not excluded from these laws, but should be valued and embraced as a part of the public interest.
If it's not excluded, is it automatically included? I look to legal minds. If you don't say something specifically is excluded, is it automatically included?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner Meyer, the intent of these resolutions was to add new bullet points, new numbers to the findings of fact, correct?
More in the format of how the findings of fact would have been, would be provided if we had asked or took time for staff to craft them.
Okay.
Based on our conversation. And given that some of us, I included, would like to just get this done today. So then the last stuff is about, but we would replace that with the zoning ordinance that is before us.
So it'd be these four plus, which now is 6, I believe.
I think this is the formal language that embodies the points that Commissioner Olson made.
And Mr. Kranz is drafting as we speak.
Rest, right?
Oh, okay.
Should we take another break?
So I have to bring up again, where, are you including something in here about 4 dogs? And intentionally breeding? Well, dogs will breed if they're not even intentionally
Not at this
held.
time.
No,
held to breed. So that's our backyard puppy mill operations. We're going to leave those intact. And does this do anything to talk about the, what we talk about, the Humane Society type of operations?
No.
They're allowed. No rules, no guidelines.
It's a problem if I answer a question, I get 10 more questions.
If it's not in the rules, and staff did craft some things that it doesn't include those, so I guess, again, it's no rules at this time. Now, not to say it can't change, but right now, if you adopt this and it goes into effect, in my opinion, there are no rules for that.
In the draft ordinance that's in your packet, boarding kennels are allowed.
Right, there's no standards though.
It's still a conditional use.
Right, okay. Oh, it is still a conditional use?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any kennels or things operating under conditional? I think maybe we have a couple.
I'm not sure. I know we have one that's going to be on the docket next, or later on this month.
Okay, but we haven't established any standards. And that's what the zoning thing is
Correct.
all about, standards.
There are no performance standards.
Okay, all right,
Correct.
thank you.
Yep.
County Attorney Krantz.
I think the language proposed recognizes dog kennels and structures in which there's 4 or more dogs over 4 months of age, kept for a commercial purpose involving the sale or breeding of dogs for 6 or more months. So those are all standards that apply to it. It specifically excludes animal welfare hospitals or veterinary hospitals, animal welfare entities, which also have a limitation. They have to be a nonprofit organization or government entity engaged in the rescue, care, and adoption of stray, abandoned, unwanted, or surrendered animals that does not engage in the breeding of animals. Those are all standards that would apply to them.
Okay. So, do you have the findings yet? No.
I apologize. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for to, are you combining these two or are you?
Yeah, that's it.
I apologize.
Drafting findings to repeat back to the board to potentially vote on.
Right.
Then we just discuss them all right now.
Yes, we did.
So
He's putting them in writing
Put
accurately.
them in writing,
It's
and
important
again,
to
I'm
have a
sorry,
board
I'll need a hard copy. I do not operate off
that's why we have a hard
words.
copy.
No, well, whatever he's drafted, whatever Mr. Krantz is drafting.
You can always vote no.
Madam Chair, is there the ability to pause on this and legal counsel? May we pause on this and come back to
To
it
vote on
and
the
finish
final
so that we
version.
can move on to some of the other agenda items? Is that plausible?
I think I would advise that because what Mr. Kranz is working on is what you would be, if, depending on how you vote, but this would be the board's legal document saying why or why not it approved the motion. And in many other situations, what this board has done, we've had and this what the planning department, and I would recommend that you do this, is have very, very specific findings of fact and essentially conclusions of law, and then your decision. And that would support and hopefully, withstand a legal challenge. So
And we could print those out.
we can print them out, but he's working on it right now.
Mr. Bagley?
So.
Then so are we asking Mr. Kranz to simply retype what we all just
No.
discussed?
He's going to finalize it.
No, I mean, tell them what you're.
So the board has talked about several findings. So the idea was to take what you're reading in right now and then also include the other aspects that you've discussed that are relevant.
My concern with waiting is how this agenda item started out with a big disruption of the meeting. So as long as we're here and working on it, I would like to complete it. So I take your points. How do others feel?
You want to table it and come back to it or table it for another meeting?
No, well, I guess not.
So
Mr. Kranz, go ahead.
The proposal was to quickly draft what you've discussed here so that you have a firm idea of what you're adopting. The other option is to take the ones you've described here and the ones Commissioner Olson has presented and indicate that those are the findings you're adopting and that they will be, rendered to written form by staff.
My preference would be to wait. How do others feel?
Wait, how long? Till the end of the meeting or to another? Meeting?
10 minutes?
Yeah.
So we would table it and come back to it at the end.
I think we should take a 10-minute recess.
Another one?
Recess.
Yeah. Well, we're on recess for 10 minutes. 11:36.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, fingers are working.
Yeah, it is. Good thing he got his things off his hand.
Chris, can you email this to us? Because I wrote all over mine.
I don't think I have it in electronic.
Let me see if I can find a clean version that I can get a copy
I
of.
did write all over
Because I
mine.
need to scan it in.
I do
You watching the
have,
Do you have a clean one?
I have one at home, but I don't have, I thought I only needed to bring one with
No, I
me.
was looking up a couple different
Maybe somebody else didn't write on it.
points of order. I'm kind of curious as to how that order actually works. And
Yeah, okay, great. Sorry.
I just wanted to have one to get scanned in for the
I
next.
honestly can't remember.
order.
We have discussed it so many times.
Yeah,
It's a giant stack.
I remember seeing it, but I don't remember where.
It's all mixed up together. And so when I was going through it this morning, trying to pick which things I
Okay.
bring and not.
I just want to make sure I have a clean version for the scanned
Yes, of course.
county website.
I don't know. Well, that's not great.
Do you happen to desire a copy of that or do you already have it? I made copies because I didn't know.
Thank you. I'll take it. I'll read it.
It's two-sided, just so you know.
Yep. Is this from the training?
Yes.
I apologize for not showing up.
No worries.
Some days,
Yeah, that's for a copy of it.
some days, I just can't deal with it.
Well, it's good, right? But right now, they're doing it on an experimental basis so that they would have, be able to justify it later.
Lord, I know I sent the link on this, but do you desire a
Sure, I'll put it in my massive file.
Is that your massive file?
Yeah, and I got conflicting, I got
To
conflicting.
save some time at the end, did we come in? I was very late to the veterans discussion. I just gonna let it, it's the first time I wanted to make sure everybody else could be there with that survey. But I just, did we come to this conclusion by the 24th? Okay, that's what I have in my calendar, but there were so many different things I was trying to figure out what. So I sent Heidi a message. I did. I'm just like, wait, no.
And it's at the end of the day.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Right. So. Yeah, right, right. So I do, we have, here I guess, we're speaking this one, I only involved the, somebody that was here and sets the server, but now when he goes to Rochester. If you run to that person, they'll be very fast. So I think they work in.
Little stress between the shoulders.
It's just sitting this long.
I know.
Get up and walk.
I don't know if you can see my legs just bouncing underneath.
Notice, no, it's the streets.
Oh, I'm trying to sit still, but it's like it's not my forte. It could be cool. Yeah. Yeah, some show and tell.
I know they can't do it, but consider that things that be the person, but. It doesn't fit.
Is this metal?
Yep.
Metal symbols.
Oh, yeah. What's yours? Wait a minute.
But those are green. Little few things that I find is.
I still.
We can. There's not gonna be any more money. That's the issue we have to ask. Oh, it's the.
You can't do it. That was my decision. It's to say, yeah, I make sense, or does this make sense? It's the only way I can extract value out of it for myself.
But it is.
But again, you're getting the cart in front of the horse. Let's find this answer first. And then it might not even be relevant because we're gonna say that's not feasible, and then we don't worry about it. Like, squash it before we even have the answer to say on a whole bunch of ifs and maybes. The money, we're not in control of the money. And we have the opportunity to take a free ride. So we're going to take it. The only way I can get, because a portion of that 7.5 is mine.
Well, yeah, it is, but
Well, the only way I can take advantage.
waste. It's such waste.
I don't disagree. So the only way I can take advantage of the waste is to try to benefit.
And it's site specific, and if that's not the right site, I guess that's what that drives
So
me
again,
crazy.
the only way you can take advantage of it is.
It would be make more sense to do something over there.
On principle, I disagree with the whole thing because you're taking my dollars to go figure this out. But you already took it. I don't have the choice to give it back. So the only way I can take advantage of it is to say, all right, let's learn from it.
I mean, up there last week at AMC, a lot of different legislatures, and they're saying, even the Democrats are saying, there's no other money.
I'm gonna be bringing up here a little bit, because I'm gonna bring that up.
Oh, okay, good, right. That's on my list too.
Because I think the whole situation is gonna get scary. The golden goose, not that they just cut its head off, they filleted it, threw it away, burned it. And then attracted the mice, that's what they did with the budget. Yeah, now you're being table scraps and that's what they trying to figure out, programs funded.
Yep.
And what's the easy way? Push her down to the county.
Yeah. Yes, I did get a response from Representative Jacob. Said, you know what they're doing. You can't push it. That's no cost
Well,
savings.
the problem is we fall for these things, bait and switch over and over and over. Give me some money, get the program going. No, sorry.
Well, it's just like, isn't there one here? I thought I had it written down. Didn't we give money to the soil and water to do the aquatic invasive species? I think that money's gone though. I think he cut it. Well, I'm sorry, it's proposed to cut it.
Yeah. I don't
So we have to wait till figure out. the
AIS is
session.
separate, is a separate fund.
But he, I think the governor's budget cuts it.
It's very well- it's good what they do. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, again, you put zebra mussels in any of these other lakes, it's a destroys. But I think his budget cut it.
Yeah, and that's what's disappointing, is all that surplus, and now it's being forced in this. Rather than go,
That is very slow.
we're the number one tax state.
Because he's so. She needed him to.
Yeah, it's not on here. I think we discussed it, I think at our general government, that some of the things, of course, it's just proposal. And everybody had to say, it's the governor's budget. It's not ours. It's the governor's budget. It's not ours.
Yeah.
He has to sleep in his, he just sleep in that side, on this side, so he's not over on my side. So he knows that. So that's one of those.
Did you know, is it Lance? Yes, he used to work for Soil and Water.
Yep.
Was that, I got the right name?
Yeah, Lance,
He's a neighbor of mine. Well, he's lost 2 dogs and he's been scouring the neighborhood. They're chipped, they got collars, they're red labs, I think it's such. And the 2 of them, and they're out running free. They can't find them. You see today, he had posters up on the mailboxes and such.
That's.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, Lance used to be
Yeah, he's my neighbor. I can see his house from my house.
And those are too big for coyotes.
What?
Those dogs are too big for coyotes.
Not necessarily. You get a pack of coyotes when they come down.
Yeah, you'd think they would be, but again, they're domestic, so do they have the fight? Did they have the fight bred out of them? I don't know, you know,
There are two of them though.
two of them. Yeah. And they've got, I don't know if they, he said he called me or left a message, wondering if I'd seen them, and I said, no, I hadn't. I don't know if there was some kind of collars on them, tracking collars.
It's samples.
Stuff.
Yeah, this is the real stuff. This is.
You know, I'm getting a lot of.
This is the metal.
That's metal. That's good. I put some on a garage and a pine tree fell on it and all it did was dent a couple little places. It's pretty tough stuff.
This is the steel shingle.
Yeah. And it looks nice.
All years we get a $500,000 cut out of the press.
Whoever will give us the most grant monies, Dave.
Who do you get multiple grants?
Top edge gets, I think it's like 5 screws and then the next row above it hooks into that.
Snaps in, yep. Mhm.
Does it hold up to wind?
It has. We've had it on probably for close to 10 years. Like I say, I had a big pine tree fall on it and just dented a couple pieces and it's been doing the job.
It's
It starts like. Right, the circular.
And it goes.
Right, it's.
It's easier to go on.
Yeah, that would be difficult with this for sure. Everything else is essentially flat surfaces. It's just a matter of. You'd have a fireman.
Maybe it'd be cheaper to knock off the top and make a flat roof courthouse. You know, did we find out what's the penalty of not keeping it quote historical? Hey, they'll feed and clothe me and I can read books and watch TV. That would, you know, some days I would like that lifestyle.
Oh,
What?
Oh, it's good. Give a preview, right?
I'm sorry, did I ruin your arrangement?
I've got one of those that fell a couple of years ago in my fireplace. In my office. It's
I've got a piece of Gabby Miles. It's a yard.
How many feet of frost did we get this year?
To say that varies all over.
Right. Yeah, this one has.
My
a little
gravel
bit of-
road was really spongy the other day and I was amazed how quick it dried out.
Farm boy.
Yeah, tar road's coming out this morning. I know.
Yeah.
Wet spots.
But do you know what?
I'm always amazed in our shed.
Yeah.
You know, it's 35
That
years
is
old.
right, and that's why
Concrete, how it seeps through it's
we
wet.
had a lot of them and it was wet and it looked like.
Oh.
You know, because these look like that's, you know. So if I gotta say something, yeah.
Flame, very private, no one.
You tell for I can.
Yeah, just got that news this weekend. Yeah, I mean, yeah, two little boys, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, so I don't know. Amy swears it's something in the water in the western suburbs. She doesn't like the western suburbs. She always says when she's leaving St. Paul, she's going to South Dakota. It's such a long drive over there. I don't, it may contribute. I don't know. Can't say it doesn't. But just, yeah, for your own.
So early 40s, right?
Pardon me?
Early 40s.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Yep.
Hopefully that'll be young enough to.
Yep. Early detection. I have noted that on network TV, there are some very nice ads that are promoting, you know, checking for breast cancer. They got some high profile people. And
Good.
it's
There's some research on that,
awareness.
so that,
Awareness.
some of those are actually causing cancer.
We have a minute that we could talk to.
We have.
Actually, Chris, and Marcia, I need to probably leave in an hour. I said 2:00 before, I need to leave in an hour. If we're still going.
Yeah.
I figured it'd take longer, but it.
sat on hold for hours and hours and hours, and then you get somebody that really. You don't get the answers you want.
Anyway, the engineers.
You know, so it's like, I think it's their MO. They just find me. You know, with the video reports, and it saves like, don't get answers.
Sounds, looks serious here.
290.
Anyway, they did come back, because they wanted to leave it, they wanted to change.
That's why you call her. So she had, she wrote up the policy procedure for the
Back in
utilization.
that is, or no, so back, that was in 17. And then they had done so.
They held it, so that's. And then it's checked out, like, so she was.
They used combination. We can go and ask them, but
What's happening there?
So,
We should. Or she would, they look at her, why, so she was really young.
I don't remember all the roads that it's. Yeah, it's
yeah, the county has that.
I asked for them to forgive a small percentage of it. Oh, yeah. But I combed through everything I could find and see if we had.
I think if resistivity or.
They don't say, hey, real estate receive. You know,
I think that
Some would be like.
it's unforgiving.
the one that I've seen is.
Actually,
Even with
the whole thing said the same thing that.
with, something on the like.
It's like easier for a thing. Describe it to me, and then I can understand it. So
Some, someone.
Monitoring that, and you can actually see.
she said right now. She was tired. She was in control of
This is like 30 years.
Dave.
They worked with the election weeks, so they didn't know what's going on.
For discussion.
Well,
Underground voice, that.
Yes.
That's been.
You just had the discuss it the first time. Are you looking for the first time we discussed it? What's that? This is the fishing you're looking at?
No, I'm on the Road and Bridge Committee.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, it's.
I tell her if she would go back to work for a year, I could retire in a year. It's great. And it works.
It's not going for that train.
Oh. I think she doesn't. I can tell you, there's a lot.
There was one.
I think if you can afford it, retirement is a very good thing.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it.
Is the board okay? This goes much longer if we table it and come back to it. Maureen, can we do that? Table it and come back to it?
From what council said, it was my impression. Recommended.
Okay. Could have got through one or two other issues.
And it's.
Good thing you chair.
The state.
Okay, I was gonna say, you're gonna have a permit fee and another expiring.
Yeah.
That would have it.
Right.
I mean, I know a little about it, but. It's all this way.
But you know, it's interesting because I had this happen to me. When I was They would submit the plans to me. All you guys can just require of us.
It's kind of funny that.
So
all the findings that she presented for.
Yeah. I'll get this.
Even not necessarily. The only thing I can come back to. Incredible.
10 minutes. Yep.
Also,
I'll give you
that was the
the
thing, is like, that was what I was gonna.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Boring, I like Customary more, right?
Yeah, that's what I can. hold it to.
Yep. So again, I think I was,
Oh, and it might override the whole situation.
Yes.
right.
I didn't know it all.
My fear was where this had gone. Tell me the rest. I will forget. And that's getting. But if you're saying you can see. You can see what? Like that's, well, I don't know about in or not, but it's it. Soil points or soil class. Like there was stuff like that.
Make it by one. Like, John,
Oh, there was something.
if you could ballpark guess, how long is financial status report gonna take? If you could ballpark guess, how long is financial status report gonna take?
We can just accept it and decide to discuss it later. It's a lot of information.
It is. a lot.
I've got a summary. That can be done in 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe you can
Yeah,
provide.
but
some.
we'll ask you 20 minutes worth of questions.
So the intent though is to get feedback on
Yes,
the
the form.
presentation, the format.
Yeah,
This is all new.
yeah.
You know, do you like it? Are the aspects you don't like it?
Does the IRS like it?
It's the government accounting,
To the phone.
it's the government accounting standards board that we want to care about. It's GASB.
But what's the deal? We can't buy refreshments? We changed the rules there. Now you want.
Actually, that's been, in the.
I thought you could spend $5 per person.
That's you and me.
The key is that you can only give it to those who are actually being recognized.
Well, then
not
just
to
tell them
those
not to
who
eat a donut if they're not being recognized. And then if there's some left over afterwards, we set them on a different table.
Honestly, okay, so my
I'm for
choices
the
were,
commissioners and we won't eat any.
yeah, my choices were a cup or a cup because I had 5 years. And I was like, I don't want a cup, but I'd be willing to buy the donuts for everybody. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit of a nitpick, but I mean, we've done it for years. I mean, my whole career.
Yeah,
But
Center.
Less risk.
it's a recognition, BYOB.
Bigger it is.
BYOD, bring your own donut.
So is this all?
Or we just don't do, we recognize them, but we don't do refreshments.
Got everybody hooked on dogs. Like hooked on phonics.
Maybe see
Only you
if, will
are
somebody
hooked on
donate? Can we take donations?
I imagine you could technically.
Somebody donate the donuts?
She's asked for us to donate the donuts.
So I'm just saying a business. Are we supporting businesses?
With synthetic.
We need a board action to receive the donuts and then they'd be stale.
We'll table it. Put them on the table,
Actually,
Chuck.
that's true.
Yeah, because we'd have to,
$5.
yeah, we have to approve it. Bless you.
Thank you.
Actually, they could donate cash and say it's specifically for.
Yes. I think.
Then, yeah, then they could do that.
I mean, did you have a sense of how much longer this is gonna take?
They were just finishing up.
Probably somebody types 100 words a minute.
Well, they had a technical difficulty, but
Yes.
they were just finishing up, so.
I mean, if we really wanted to, I would think that we could postpone the committee of the board.
Well, that's what I was saying. You can push some of that, but if you need to.
Right.
Yeah. What is, well, that raises.
I mean, we revised some parts, but we got to the agreement, didn't we?
Yeah, my guess is they, you know
have to word it.
how lawyers are, right?
Drop the whereases and change, drop the sentences, the parts that we wanted dropped.
When the project was got underway.
You guys still have any thoughts with Paul, or I mean with Jason, well, like us on the council?
Sometimes. Not recently. Okay. I think you talked to him more recently than Paul has.
Yeah, I reach out to him, but it's very frustrating. I really like him because he has such a minute knowledge of something that he has very strong opinion. Differs in my opinion.
Yeah, there you go. I know he, so he had planned a meeting with the community, not cages, and he wanted to talk to Paul about it. And Paul's like, "Wait, good luck with that, pal."
I do like his thought process, but
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he strikes me as
It's not just us,
a little more
it's
libertarian.
them that we're also slowing down, and you.
Yeah.
My day is your day.
ooh,
You can postpone it until later in the meeting and then bring it back up.
I think that's not a good idea.
Well, according to council, I proposed that and they recommended not to do it.
Okay.
So that's why we broke.
Under.
be a good day to shingle.
You know, it's not warm enough, probably. Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter if it's not asphalt, right?
Even asphalt shingles, this is probably nicer than.
Nicer than 100 when they all melt under your feet.
It's squishy.
How about 2 more minutes, then we'll table it. Is that okay?
No.
No. Get her done.
Do you need a 2/3 vote or a 4/5 for that? I only hear 2. Minority rules.
Electoral College ensures that.
Pardon me?
Electoral College ensures that.
Yeah.
It's on the national register. All you wanted to do was.
At 5 minutes.
All right.
It's 10 minutes before.
Every time you ask him, it takes him longer to refocus.
Yeah.
Asphalt shingles.
Stop it.
We were going.
Otherwise.
We were gonna do.
Yeah. Heidi's
And
waiting.
that actual dudes that. We had hired to do the work.
Aaron, go to his.
He went to the restroom, I believe.
No, there's.
I won't go in the stall.
Yeah, don't follow.
Go in there and ask him questions.
Right,
Bang
start
him.
talking.
Typically, they'd have gaps in between them, so the shingles can dry out underneath, because that's what our, like, a house I grew up in Connecticut, had those gaps, you know, and then like the farm building, you know, probably. For the hundreds, same thing, you know, the spaces between them intentionally. Talking about the mailers, so they would have, gaps in.
Right, and so they came back to us and they're like, you know, we could put these on again. Like, that actually is what was it.
Rita?
You know, we're not following our own rules. We didn't vote to take a recess. Take a recess, supposed to have a motion and a second and a majority vote. So Dwayne, you can call the question.
She wanted to say that. Well, she just got a new rescue doggy. Her other ones, she's dogs from rescue. People that are older and they can't take care of the dogs. So these are aged dogs. And she takes them her last aged dog. The aged dog that she just passed away. She just but she wanted you to know that, and she's just really like so.
You remember Jane Anderson at high school?
I sure do.
Do you hear about Jane? Unfortunately, she got moved last week to memory care in Rochester. Apparently there was a steep decline in terms of Alzheimer's or dementia. So I just saw her, I don't know, 6-7 months ago.
I really like Jane.
Yeah, you just heard about it about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Passed away.
I could understand you.
Passed away last year.
The way they're lapped like this, you know, if you get them.
Density high school when I went to high school.
Underneath here.
I'm not surprised by that.
In a way that the water's not.
No.
I looked at her as a teacher, but she was.
Yeah.
And then Jane, who works in the office, she was there. Now she just comes and such.
Yeah.
And
so I'm just going to do this. Welcome back. Kids that graduated from school. No.
Got any vacations planned for the summer?
I am.
Yeah,
sorry,
actually.
it's the 70th birthday party.
Yeah.
But not 73.
Not early. All of them are kind of late.
They had a committee.
What you're
So
saying.
they now changed their
Yeah,
committee.
officially.
Yep.
Bike trips.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
We're going to Virginia Beach in April.
Nice.
Like the weekend before Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving.
Memorial?
Easter.
Easter. Oh, before Easter.
Yeah. Yeah, our son, and we're taking our brother-in-law. We're doing a golf.
Really good.
Wow, for you.
Yeah.
And does your son go? So can you get time off and go with you?
Leadership.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that. And then we have a trip in May. And we're going up north. We're taking the boat and just find a place and fish.
You gonna go for a hotel or a resort?
We
Okay, so you stay at a campground or whatever. May, right?
Yep, May. It should be decent weather.
You know,
If it's not, we just put the awning out.
there you go. Yeah, and if it's super bad, you can just stay home. I don't, I mean, we don't.
We just bum, you know, so we'll go anyway. And we'll just find things to do. We always do.
So last year I missed my vacation in Cornucopia in the Apostle Islands because I got COVID. So we reserved the cabin again. But that's not, I think, until September.
Okay.
And then I think in late August, we are gonna go, there are some fabulous biking trails outside Bemidji, Mark Rapids and whatever. So I've got us some results for a week.
Nice.
And we'll just bring our bikes and go.
That is so fun. And it's on Facebook.
Kind of, this is the promise to him, is that I would quit taking this job so seriously and take more time.
Enjoy life.
Yeah, because he's kind of given up on the city planning commission. He's given up
That they will help you with tax.
You're there for
You
the
just quit.
semester, and then you get another one.
So I was like, okay, I'll
Take the time to enjoy.
So we just have so much fun.
Get it
Good.
back.
I have so many great ideas, and then it's implementing them, and then I get ideas.
we had hoped
Other,
to, we wanted to go to Montreal.
other, you know.
We've been talking about that for a
Good.
while.
Committees,
Then
and from all,
we just decided with all the kind of influence.
and, if there's a problem,
That's right now. Everything was like that.
problem solve it as a
Yeah.
community.
Good.
It's been over now, it's kind of hard to set things and turn things down.
Yep.
Well, guess what?
We decided we have to look at list and
This,
you
know,
at least pick the ones
since
that
I've
we
been
do this year.
I am a member of the.
Because if you don't do it,
We never do, and then, I don't
Yep.
know.
let's just keep growing.
And then you get old enough, you forget,
Right,
I mean, a lot of
that's more the concern, physically, not
Be
be.
someone that needs.
We used to go on like 10-day trips.
Mhm.
I can't
So the SB and tear down just.
Nice.
I couldn't do that now, but Paul also, because he's damaged his shoulders and various.
I mean, nobody knows, except my husband and then a friend of mine.
It's difficult.
Tell you something new to me.
I mean, if there isn't a landing and you're getting up on
A
a
pop-up.
it's busy.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Drumline
Yeah.
that practices
Nice.
down at the East End,
Yep.
and they're gonna,
Little Warriors drumline.
they're,
Wonderful.
they're gonna come down and they're gonna do a pop-up.
But I try, so when I have meetings up in the
It's like,
cities, like them,
and
like
then
them.
I'll give everyone an opportunity.
And I'm not
if they
doing
want
anything
to,
around that, but sometimes we
you know,
try to like. if I don't have
real
anything
donation.
Next day.
So get that. I think just take a Kleenex, empty Kleenex box with
Yep.
me and have people dump.
Good idea.
Connect it and stay
Keep
with
it simple.
Paul's
But
brother.
you
and-
have to, cool.
Yeah. I don't mind as well if you can.
Yeah.
Because we're up there. And then,
Good.
And
you
then,
know,
and that's what.
he can do something.
Us, just me.
Yes.
On virtual center fishing.
Wonderful.
So we take people, assisted living, shenanigans, other situations too, and we take them on the river.
Good.
And then we also do the fishing,
Yeah.
series days, and we do the fishing contest
Nice.
for youth.
Yep.
We've been doing that for years. And then there's some.
Good.
We sing in support.
Beautiful.
We sing, when we sing those.
Beautiful.
And dreams, it's fishing, and know you
Yeah.
don't. So,
Notes. Notes.
do you know anything about, Mr. Bailey?
Oh, I saw him at Veterans Day, but I haven't seen him since.
Is he still doing okay?
He's slow, he's moving slow, but he seems to be okay.
Is he still living at home?
I don't know about that. Nice,
I had several of them.
nice. All right. You're on the roof.
Oh,
There's something weird here. I'm stepping.
You're on the roof. Yeah.
yeah, this is a sample of the potential,
I'm so sorry, and I thought this is a really weird.
that's the other one that you're walking on
Oh
there.
my,
This is like. So,
what do you like?
so two things good. One, you didn't trip, and the other, you've shown that you can walk on it without destroying it.
Yeah.
He's tiny though. I'm not.
I heard it sound. I was curious what
Yeah.
that was. You were-
So we have a slate roof on our courthouse
This
redone,
is the existing.
but because of the installation, when that's very windy, the wind lifts them.
Pulls the nails out.
It works
Not issue.
it works the nails out.
And they're heavy. They're gonna knock somebody out.
Well, look how sharp they are. They would fly to the ground and they get embedded in the dirt. Now imagine if you were there, it would do embedded in your head. Yeah, that's right. So we're going to have to replace it, but it's a very expensive
Where's he at? It's a building full of lawyers. So
Yeah, there you go.
Nightmare. I'm sorry. Oh, just like.
Yeah, so that's, that's the original.
Get a bunch of people with one group in one room. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
who, yeah.
soon?
When I went to, and then.
They're still working on it.
Dang.
Peeked in.
I apologize, but
No,
No, we're not working.
Not yet.
it would be helpful if we can.
I know.
Sure would be.
Oh, you guys have been so wonderful.
You want to see that?
It's not.
I'll remind you.
But I'm also going to be.
Don't pour water on the floor, man.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, it'd be wonderful. Cemetery walk.
Oh,
Beautiful.
I've been wanting to do that for years. My parents have been doing that. I actually got interviewed on a local station.
Well,
But anyway, one of the
Not very much, yeah.
things was about the courthouse. Christine, I just, last year I joined the Historical Society. It's one of the things I wanted to do after I retired.
Yeah.
And I was one of the ashes on the century walk. And so this year it was famous places and famous faces.
Who were you?
I played Rita Rampa, who worked at Winona National Bank. And then there was three other ladies with me. And one was a constituent of Watkins, and then one, Watkins Soul. And then one worked at Watkins County.
Because she's
Talked about
the
the builder
So,
built all those.
I just touched base
Same
with them,
builder
I
built all
forwarded
those
the article to you.
stained glass
Share
and all
that
that kind of
with
stuff. But then I went around to the other, went around to the other site.
Anyway, just
One was about rebuilding
that
the
Craig.
courthouse or our church or something. And the statement was, well, there was a committee, so of course it took a long time. And I'm in the back, just, it took a while to pass. Just the committee. That was the joke.
We're gonna have to.
And so I'm back, someone else is back. But I'm back for finance.
I mean, if they want.
I'm on a committee. I was on a task force.
Contracted out.
All right.
Reunions.
Yep.
Now I
No,
joined the
valid point.
community, no more committee. I'm the chairman. I'm the coordinator and then I have the community and whatever. But he said, oh, this was a committee. It took a long time. They do, right? Things take a long time when you're on groups.
STS buff out there.
Right. So I figured DOC just killed it, right?
Well, the governor did, and then the DOC, that's their redheaded stepchild, so they don't care. And I've talked to the guy that does Winona for these. I just feel when I talk there, and the benefit, you pay for one person, but you're getting 3 hours of labor.
So,
And they do a little farmer's park, have a lot of some patch drywall, we do everything. We pay 75%.
That's what you say.
Benefits. State pays 25%. With this guy in here, the state's gonna give up their vans. They would give them, if an entity wanted to observe it, there you go, the state surplus, give it to the county and their equipment. Which they do store over at that other road. I mean, ultimately, he would like stay with the state because it's better benefits. So I asked the guys, if he
took it over 100%.
would create an opening, would you be interested? And he said, depends on,
The situation.
yes, but, I'm not gonna take a huge pay cut. And I said, well, where else? I mean, I know the guy's 50-some years old. I said, he said, I don't like to drive. I said, I come, we cross the path every day. And then talk to Karen about the benefit to the inmates, because I was, as a juvenile, I got some trouble and I was sentenced to community thing with Winona County staff on the grounds around the courthouse and stuff. It had a profound impact on me, just a positive impact on how I perceived, property, government property, public property.
I think it's a great idea.
Steve Buswell was talking about one of the guys who was former inmate in trouble all the time. Now he's a professional painter up the mail. He's got his cancer.
Hers, right?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Kidney.
Geez.
On a cruise right now. He just said, you know what? I told him, I'm gonna let you can deal with it when I get back.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you have to just take a vacation.
Yeah, he's in Charles
Today or out and about. No, I had a meeting at 1 o'clock.
spot. It hasn't gotten any bigger.
Is his wife
That's a
alive?
big one. He said she's really doing well. I just talked to him before he left. But he said they showed a nodule.
Pam?
Yeah. Oh my God, you can't get rid of that cancer.
Really?
But yeah, it's wife who's, I mean,
Because I didn't think she was going to make it.
I mean, it's, we got a lot going on.
I think that's good.
Merged in with the other company. You did? Well, they merged us into us. Now they merged with you into those. Portion of that counts. He's doing really well for state. But
Wow.
high five and their sales are down. That they always, but they always have a little bit of overall.
Yeah. Well, they do.
Inhabit two of
Great, so
their
if you have a
facilities, one
friend
that
and
serves
Like
Iowa,
now
Missouri,
they
and
do a buy.
Western Illinois that serves.
And then with
And we were down there already, but now we
So
got
they were able to say
three
if her,
full-time people there, one in Metro Iowa, Western Iowa, and then
there is very.
merged another two. There's actually 9 individuals, but we merged it into 5.
Really drastic action that they would previously
to drive.
taken.
That's not that bad
And
for them.
so, I mean, I know they can do a lot.
You live in the city, don't you? Of St. Charles. Yeah, we got township annual meetings tonight. Township annual meetings tonight.
Yeah.
And it's really strange. Townships, they don't run their own meetings. They hire a moderator. And it's just a strange, yeah. And they always want me to moderate. So they called me the other day, will you be coming to the meeting? And I think we have a couple supervisors up and a clerk, so that we have an election
Your town.
for my township.
Yeah, I said, yeah, we don't have a township meeting. You have.
No, yeah. No, it's just, so all your townships are having their annual meetings tonight.
Yeah.
And there's
Can't
been a
make it
real-
all.
There's been a real question, a couple townships, how they set their budgets and everything and the clarity and such. And I said, my township has really even gone down. Every road the township has, they track when the maintenance and the rocking and the plowing and everything and documented how many. And I swear they haven't done that much on my road, but that's okay. But they break it down and they've really stepped up their account, their accounting and sharing the information and everything, which is beneficial. Because I got that La Crescent influence. I got it, butts right up to La Crescent. And so
Don't do it.
they don't even think they're, a lot of them don't even think they're part of Winona County. They just, they have that city limits and stuff. So. Alabama had some new figures here.
I still would like to know from Bob, if residential property values are up 30%, what is rural property up?
This is,
Hate to say that, but forward. Hey, they're coming.
Really? They're on their way?
I saw some movement in the hall.
Then there got to be printing.
Doesn't crash.
Woo-hoo.
There's some real recent rules.
Of course, yeah. Okay, great.
Braden paid 7 something, 75. Bart, Baird, Smith. Okay. There's 3. That's
Oh, wow.
Homer.
Tim Truss sold that to Mullinger.
Yeah.
Sold 154 acres.
What's that?
Interesting. Bill sold the Sobex. Well,
how much was that? How much was the, Tim to, that's 7,500?
The 142 tillable.
Yeah.
It didn't break it down per acre, 1.721 million. You'd have to do the math. I don't know why you didn't break it down. That's 142 tillable.
Where?
Working.
Land and
he's
buildings.
working on
What kind of land?
Joshua Tree, but he just got hired with, for his off season, which will be summer, because it gets too hot out there.
land and buildings.
He's gonna work for
But the
the.
acreage
So he's
tillable
gonna
was
go do. And they do maintenance on windows, so they go.
Is he trained? Absolutely trained.
He went
Well,
and did,
Cindy's.
well, I mean, got all his certifications for ropes and
Mom
stuff.
would have it.
He went to
Just
another
owns all that
training
land over
for
there.
them,
Yeah.
Spratt
That must be the one
or
right on
something.
Bollinger Farm because
What they
Tim,
do is they go up on winter.
Tim's
and
original
they
farm is to the
kind
south.
of rappel
And then
down
you
the
go north,
blades and then
that's
they
Bollinger.
stay in the
That's on
transfer
the Utica,
blades.
the old Utica dump.
On their way down.
You know, back,
And they
go back
rotate.
about.
Anyway, go down the
Not
next
Tim,
blade.
back
Anyway,
to
does he think that's a fun
all
thing?
them.
I mean,
Uh,
is it exciting? Like,
Pluses.
oh, that'd be fun.
Pluses
Well, he
on the
likes-
South Road.
But here,
Not
The
anymore,
clips
Wendell
go.
died.
I mean,
For me, I
I would,
land and
I
everything.
would,
So Smith.
but I think it's a unique person that would be able to handle
and he might have been a bunch of wooded land.
and the fact that he
110,
has such a
acres
background in
tillable.
construction and building and blah, blah, blah.
Pretty hilly ground over there.
Yeah, it's
So,
rolling.
Yeah, there's
It's-
probably a lot of deer.
They work 5 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And
Yeah,
Not
why
gonna quite be the
you
flat black,
hotel,
you know,
you
land
do
like
a
Tim's
rental
at.
car.
yeah,
That's pretty
yeah.
nice.
Oh, yeah,
That's
it
pretty nice.
changes.
You work there 5
Pretty
weeks,
long.
you said you put in
Yes.
10, 12 hour
I remember
days.
the chunk of land sold a mile away from
Hotel
that.
you
It's
get
actually where the
will
Holden pig
Have
farm
a
is.
kitchenette or whatever.
I remember we were driving
We have
down that
stipend every
road.
day for
So
food.
it's like
We were
extended
going
stay
deer
and then
hunting
he
back
can
there.
cook
That
for
was
himself.
Kiefer
And,
and myself and
And
going
then
back
we'll
to
fly you
Hudson's
to
back
wherever
where
your
you
desired
dump was,
location
and they had
is.
sold that ground
For 2 weeks?
For 2 weeks. And then we'll fly you back to the
1997.
next.
I want to say it
So,
was $2,300 an acre.
you
And
know,
we were all
yeah,
saying, who can
going
afford
forward,
$2,300 an acre? And you know what? Grain prices weren't that much different.
No, no,
That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at 10, 12,000.
So, hardest thing is dog.
it's just,
I just don't know how these guys are, honestly, I see it every day. I'm just gonna wonder whether
We rescued it.
Trying to believe.
the one.
Gonna be- the county's gonna be nothing but corn for this. Corn beans.
Yeah, corn beans. But I was reading.
Corn
University.
beans and fertilizer.
Yeah, well, these cover crops, there was a couple new cover crops that they were playing with, but again, if there's no market for it, they're trying to say something that produced some oil and.
That's what the disconnect is, that people don't understand. It comes down to timing. If they do some of these things, you've got to sacrifice something else. Typically, you're giving up yield, which when you're in a cutthroat industry, that
Simple fruit.
that every.
PTSD.
That's great, but
PTSD.
it doesn't work. So I just tell guys, hey, if you can do 5% of your acres, 5% more than what you ever did. Just if you can work it in,
Makes sense.
yeah. I mean, it's a game of pennies now.
Recognizes your.
And I just wish the public understood that, but they don't.
Well-
They just think it's this fast thing and you go do whatever you want. But they don't understand timing. They don't understand yield goals, production goals.
Well, I love the articles about eggs.
So,
Oh, just get some more chickens. Well, I think it takes a year to whatever to get a chicken to lay an egg.
What a fallacy to put against, to fix a problem like that. It's the infrastructure, it's the buildings, it's the permitting, it's the labor, it's growing the chickens, it's dealing with the manure problem that creates weed broker, a lot of it. I mean, the list of things that goes when you start burning barns down and getting rid of chickens, it isn't like you just go out and kill them. Oh my gosh, we're gonna do this in 2 weeks, 6 weeks.
And these eggs are gonna be back in the store next week.
Yeah,
It's
just
gonna
like,
be
do they think
$2
it's a machine, you just pull the lever and the eggs come out? I mean, it's so like, this started a year and a half ago. It's not gonna get fixed in 3
heaven
weeks.
forbid you give an animal antibiotic or anything. Oh, we don't want to do that.
That's a consumer's choice what they
Yeah,
do there,
very
but
fair.
it still doesn't speed anything up. So it's just the delay of
But we-
manufacturing.
But we want to immunize all our children. They're just in arms about Robert F. Kennedy, saying.
So we actually deal with a lot of these barns, and we work with them trying to figure out where to take dinner. So I've shipped manure from western Wisconsin to central South Dakota before, or eastern Wisconsin,
Yeah.
central South Dakota.
Take one.
I mean, it's.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order.
Trying to keep up with it.
Just went off to the men's room. He'll be back shortly.
Somebody.
It's over 900.
Yeah.
There are more copies coming.
So yeah, it's an issue.
Yeah, typo.
And I need more paper.
We begin?
Yes. So there, I can see a couple of typos in the first whereas. That was back in 23. It's now over 900 petitions. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the sixth whereas clause, we had agreed to drop the last sentence, starting with visits of the facilities by the county staff.
Well, if we're going one by one, let's see, the 1, 2, 3, fourth, whereas we're confusing the naming. Here we're calling it industrial, and we've always called it commercial dog breeding. And then it's referred to industrial, another place I just
Okay,
saw.
so, yep, in the fifth one, industrial, should we replace that with commercial?
Well, I think, to me, again, industrial is derogatory.
I'm fine, that's fine. Well, at least it's fine with me. I assume if someone else has a.
Nope, sounds great.
Speak up.
Commercial's a good substitute.
Number 3, the rationale relationship between dog regulations and general health. I don't think that's been proven. I mean, that's a very general statement, very broad brush stroke, because we don't have any reports of rabies or disease or anything.
Well, it's demonstrated by the current existence of ordinances regulating dogs and other animals in the county ordinance, and that is true.
It's a weak argument. Okay, we'll pick that apart in a later discussion.
I think the ninth one on the backside, we also accept about dropping
8, 9.
the second whereas on the backside.
I mean, these are supposed to be.
Yes, that is correct.
Aren't these supposed to be findings of fact? And are there facts to back that up? I don't know that they're documented. I mean, it's a very broad brush you're painting.
To the best of my ability, I have pointed out to you where we received testimony and exactly where it was.
But the sheriff has never come forth with any list of complaints or actions he's taken.
But the
So I mean,
sheriff,
the sheriff is charged with enforcement, so he should, if he had issues, he should be able to provide those.
we had agreed to drop that paragraph.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Bagley just pointed that out.
So number 1, there's just one, Mr. Kranz, were you able to keep up on how we did? You were talking fast. And the first whereas the 550 becomes 900.
Yep.
And then what was the sixth whereas, I believe that it would end with to ensure compliance of law, like Commissioner Lawrence.
And 4 and 5 industrials replaced with commercial.
And there's an S that's needed at the end of whereas.
Yes, whereas in 2. Second page, second paragraph, whereas the Winona County Sheriff's Office, we agreed to drop that.
And I know in your very short time to draft this, there's very little, and again, with findings of fact, there's very little reference to Minnesota statutes. There's no reference to case law. So you feel this is defendable in a court of law without those things cited? And if it's not cited now, you can't come back and throw it at us again, can you?
Everything that has come before the board on this issue is in the record.
Okay, all right.
Everybody to vote then with those revisions.
The one thing I did want to address that is not in there that had been a topic of discussion at one point was just to clarify that dog boarding kennels are permitted. If you wanted to add that, it would just be a definition and then making it a conditional use in the two zones where you're removing dog kennels as a conditional use. I have language for that.
Okay. Can you read it?
Sure.
And does it go in this, does it go in this this?
Yeah, so it'd be
Okay.
under chapter 4.2 definitions would be amended in addition to what's already there by adding a definition for dog boarding kennel, which is any structural premises other than a commercial dog breeder kennel or veterinary hospital or clinic as defined elsewhere in the WCZO, where dogs are kept or maintained in parentheses day or overnight for care, training, exercising, socializing, or similar activities by a person other than the owner of the dogs.
Is that included in here?
It isn't. In my,
What about these humane? They're not owned by anybody.
That's referenced in the zoning ordinance.
They're abandoned. So how does that?
sorry.
Well, this whole concept of humane, dogs that are rescued and everything, you talked about that in previous. So where's the reference to that? Because they're not owned by,
Last page.
they're not owned by anybody.
Definition of animal welfare kennel.
Animal welfare kennel, yeah. So this is where the additional language that you just read for us would go?
Exactly, yes. And then, let's see the numbers here. So in the first page where it says, where it added animal welfare kennels as a conditional use, you would also add dog boarding kennel. And then same for the second or the last page.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Exhibit A, number 14 is animal welfare kennels. Okay, now tell me what else?
Okay, so you would add a dog boarding kennel as another conditional use.
Okay.
In new 15.
And
And then shift the numbers down.
yes,
Okay.
and then you do the same thing for the rural heritage district, the second to last page, number 8 is animal welfare kennel.
And dog boarding kennels.
Right.
Okay.
I apologize for that omission.
Yeah. Thank you for your work on it.
You have to address who the acting chair is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because the acting chair will have to sign this.
Well, after this item is over, the gavel will return to you.
Right.
Yes.
But I won't.
As
The acting,
chair.
if you're going to pass this, and if you want me to dig into this, then the acting chair will have to sign it as an amendment.
We can make that change.
Is there further discussion?
Because I will not sign it.
Hearing none. The original motion is to reject the planning commission's recommendation, follow through with the amendment to the zoning ordinance as it was presented in the agenda in accordance with the findings of fact that we have in front of us and with the markup as we have just done while we are sitting here.
Question.
Commissioner Ward?
I have two findings of fact. So the ones Commissioner Olson, I don't know that they're all included in this secondary.
It's this now.
Just this,
Just this?
not this other
Nope.
that Tracy Burnham referred to us.
That she typed for Commissioner Olson, yes.
It was printed on the. Her computer.
Oh, you typed it yourself? Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion as I have stated, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those who are opposed, please say nay.
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 Okay, the motion does carry.
What's the date of effectiveness?
On publication after it's published.
Okay, and what's the timeline for that?
I do not have that answer off the top of my head.
Okay. So a person could make an application today, but we're still under the old rules.
Yes.
Okay, all right, until it's a legal printed in the newspaper. Okay, all right,
Gavel back.
yeah. Commissioner Dagley.
I'm going to apologize to the board and staff. I'm going to take off. I apologize. Thank you for all the time, the work. I don't think there's any other items that, most of it's informational, correct?
Courthouse roof.
Courthouse roof. My 2 cents worth on the courthouse roof is steel, unless there's compelling, but I'm just 1 of 5. So I know I'm going to get some feedback on that. But that's just my 2 cents.
And then what about committee of the board?
Can we postpone that one?
It's up to the board. I'm more than willing to postpone to the next meeting if you so desire.
Is it okay postponing the committee of the board item?
I am.
Was Health and Human Services.
Sure.
I am.
Okay. Okay, and it will be on the next regular scheduled meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I apologize.
All right, 8.2, discuss, provide direction on courthouse roof replacement.
Good afternoon, Dave Kramer, County Engineer. As you're aware, I also oversee the buildings and grounds area. You discussed this at your January 28th meeting. There were some questions. So we've attempted to answer those in the memo and then discussed a bit more discussion on the 4 different options that were presented at that meeting. I've got a list of potential grants. To try to move things along, I tried to craft some recommendations. As I indicated in there, somewhat ambivalent, I think, about the overall decision, but I guess based on my current thoughts would be to go with the slate, or at least proceed with that. I've got some, and then I included some pages from the January meeting, the information that was put together by Brian Grinnell of Garland, just kind of got some pictures and some, information on longevity and costs and things like that. So, so with that, we'd be kind of looking for your thoughts and desires of how to move forward. I've got some samples here. The metal shingles, there's a couple things have kind of pointed to the same manufacturer. I queried my county engineer cohorts, and Phil Wackles from Freeborn County was familiar with just their church. They had replaced slate shingles with a steel shingle product, and it happened to be a Decra product. It's one that looks more like wood shakes, but it's essentially similar to this one. And this is, otherwise, this is a material that Brian Grinnell Brian, rather, from Garland, had acquired from us, for us from Decra. This is the Decra Shingle XD natural slate. There's 2 pieces there. So you can see what that looks like. And on page 94 of your packet is a actual photo of the Central Presbyterian Church in St. Paul, just down the street from the Capitol building. On page 93 is a visualization of what that looks like, which is looks quite a bit darker than the actual church photo. Then slate shingles, you all received an email from Julie Butler with Durable Slate Company as kind of a follow-up to our January meeting. I think they had found the article in the Winona Post and had sent you some information. I had a couple conversations with her and then also John Chan of their company. They seem to have a lot of expertise with slate and seem quite confident that the slate roof could be installed and be resilient. That what they would recommend is slate hooks, which is in the pictures that are like, for example, on page 103 and 98 of your packet, the example with the slate shingles does have slate hooks. So that's what those would be, is it's be a stainless steel piece that nails down in the slot between the shingles, and then the singles, when you install the row above, you slide that down into there before you nail it on. So it keeps the bottom edge from lifting. They also mentioned that just with the current roof is, roughly being 30 years old, they want to look at it, but it might be economical to actually remove and replace and reuse most of the existing shingles. We talked about, if we did proceed with that, it would probably make sense to bid it as alternates, either reuse or just new materials. Sometimes the labor involved with salvaging materials costs more than just getting new. Plus, if it was close to the same, it might make sense just to get new, because the ones that are up there do have some wear on them. They've been up there weathering for a few decades, even though in the life of a slate tile, it's not, you expect that's, relatively minor part of the overall life. But so that's, I guess, the information that we put together and kind of looking for questions and direction.
Well, if you go on page 96 and you get every one of those grants, go for it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so recommendations. The first one is to defer the project to next year, 2026.
Yes.
And that makes it possible for us to apply for the grants and get the required approvals from the state
Historical Preservation Office, yes.
Yes. I totally support that. I think we should do it. I'd like to see us try and get some grants.
I'll second that. Was that a motion?
I don't
Oh.
know that do we have to make a motion?
Discuss, provide direction.
It would
I
push off
think
what
you
we put in the
should,
ordinance.
yeah.
Yeah, because it pushes off what we budgeted in this year's ordinance.
Yep,
So I would
it
have to think we need a motion to do that. At the same time, I do have a concern. Well, there's two concerns I have. One is we have a $2 million budget. Obviously, if we don't get any of these grants, the cost is going to go up. I still want to go after that. Regardless, but is there an is there a way we can expedite it to try to get a closer look? Can we, in this grant writing process, can we say this is not something we have a 5-year outlook on? This is something that we kind of have a dire situation. Is there a way we can go to the top because of this situation? We have a faulty roof. We need to do something quick. We want to do it by your standards. I'm just trying to use that as leverage and to move this thing forward faster, where we potentially could have an answer quicker.
So I've not delved into details of these grants besides compiling this and what I put in the memo.
Yeah.
So one of the things I'm suggesting is, if we want to go after these grants, we need to have somebody who can specialize in that and has, because I don't have spare time to work on that, frankly. Probably the most viable grant from a historical perspective is the first bullet on page 96, of Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Grants. That funding is from the legacy funds, the 3/8% sales tax that was approved. So that's where that money would come from. That is, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars is what the information from Luke Sims of the city of Winona indicated. So I did indicate the timeframes for that. So they've got an application cycle coming up in the next, months here, where an initial application is due in July. I think a final application, I didn't put the date here, but I think it's due in September. They would make their decisions in December, and then the funds can begin after January 1st of 2016, 2026, and must be completed within the next year and a half by June 1st of 27. So that's it. Besides that, other grant timeframes, I've not delved into that to know that, but my suspicion is most grants have, like quarterly, semi-annual, or annual cycles. Right. And so, we need to have somebody basically look into that and see, okay, what's worth the effort of applying for that we'd actually have a chance at. But with that specific example, it very much fits a project schedule of having a 2026 project. It's not, to say, well, this is important for us, we want to do it in 2025. It's just not going to work, I think, for their normal process.
So the short answer then, Dave, is that yes, we can. We just need to make sure that somebody does it. And the likelihood of getting it done in 2025 is probably not going to happen anyway. I'm just concerned with rising project costs, if that's going to be a particular matter, and what we make on a grant, we might lose just in the percentage of going up. So, is this just counterintuitive to the whole thing? I don't know. But if we have opportunity to get multiple grants, I could definitely see that and move forward. I think the other thing it's going to do is allow us to vet out exactly what we actually need to do and what our options are, because I want this thing to fall within our $2 million budget. And right now, I don't see an option that actually falls in that. So that's where I'm just pushing this thing towards, or would like to lead it towards anyway. So I support the motion too, under the pretense, though, that what are we doing for the hazard? Are we going to put a yellow fence around it or orange fence around it? We stand there and tell somebody, yell, watch out?
I think all the loose ones have fallen off.
Well, not exactly. So in the recent high winds, some more have lifted and some pieces came down. So it's an ongoing hazard.
Yeah.
As far as, Aaron and I talked about, what do we do to mitigate the risk in the meantime? I don't know that we have a good answer because any of the entrances to that building all are in locations where tile could fall. If the wind gets gusts above a certain mile an hour, do we close the building and send everybody home? I don't know if that's viable. I don't have a good answer.
Yeah. Well, the motion doesn't negate the fact that it needs to happen or that the protective aspect needs to exist, but I just would say that we have to put something in place to make sure in the interim that we do that. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that's on record being addressed, I guess.
And we don't have really total costs here, what the steel
But
versus.
that's part of what letting this thing go and getting figured out.
Right. I mean, we don't. And again, in thinking, why would I put something on that failed again? I mean, why would I put slate on it again? I mean, yeah, you show new little clips, but again, we were sold a bill of goods how many years ago and
I don't disagree with you, and I have those same doubts. As I think that's why I say I'm ambivalent, because when I looked at what happened in the wind and they're lifting up, like, can we really make that material stick down? I think we can, but I have those same doubts. But the extent of the cost,
same thing twice.
the extent of the cost information we have is on page 103. The rough dollar prices, dollar costs that were in the last presentation.
Okay. The other thing that comes to mind, the historical building funding toolkit by the city of Winona. Remember the jail? We had to put more windows and then we had to glaze them over because of their rules. What rules does the city of Winona apply over on that building? Because it is the city of Winona.
It would just be a normal re-roofing building permit through them. If this building had a city historical designation, then it would need to go through their historic preservation committee, and currently it doesn't. That's something that their committee is interested in because they do believe the building has a lot of value for the committee. But at this point, I'm not aware that they would have any. I think the historical requirements under Minnesota law due to the designation is much more stringent than anything the city of Winona would impose. That's my impression.
Yeah, thank you. I have spoken with some members of the city's committee and they would like to help us with grant making applications.
Okay.
They also said that if they did have the city designation, they would open up an additional set of grants as well. So they are interested in assisting us and helping us find additional money. So
you'll share those contacts with
Michael Doyle,
Dave
but
Kramer?
yes, I can, yeah.
And if I can add to that, Mr. Doyle was in my office because his daughter is Gwen Herbert, who's our CJCC executive director.
Yeah.
And Mr. Doyle and I worked together on our last courthouse open house.
That's right.
And so he was in my office visiting with Gwen and I had documents, that actually Sandra Sukla had given me, because I think everybody, I know that Aaron knows I'm a history nut. So I had shared those with him, and he was going to talk to the city, because he's on
He's on the
the Preservation
HPC, yeah.
Commission, so.
So the motion on the table is to defer this and go down that. Is that correct? Do we get a motion in a second?
Was officially made a motion by me, although Commissioner Olson did second it. as if
Yeah,
it
that's
was.
kind of, I'm just trying to get us back to what are we deciding here?
I've got a set of 4 recommendations, and
Yeah,
I'd kind
you
of
have
like some
4
direction on all of those
Exactly.
things.
There's only one.
So where we're
So
sitting.
that's probably the easy one.
Yep.
Yeah. And I was just stating that I support that. I'm willing to go ahead with that. I'm also willing to engage in outside services. I want the county board to pursue some grants. And it looks like there's kind of been a little bit of a change in terms of these are their top 2 preferred choices. And they'll see what the state SHPO will approve. And so I'm okay with all 4 of the recommendations.
Yeah, we're just basically saying the project isn't going to happen in 2025, no matter what. We've got a little bit of time. Let's go after some of this. We can conclusively make a better decision. And let's try to get this thing with an actual budget, what we budgeted for, which deviates, I think, from the allocation of dollars for the 2025 budget. So I would say that we probably need a motion to move forward with that. It would be my guess.
And do we set, so we have this 2 million in the background, but,
Right.
we're going to have to spend money to get according to page 90, number 3, architects and everything involved. It'll easily go over 2 million if you start hiring architects.
Yes, well, so we had said that we would
How do we
bond for
control
it.
that?
And the only expense that we really set for 2025 was 100,000. That's what I recall.
I don't recall
I
that.
don't believe we put anything in the budget for
I think it was
2025.
the
We
$2
were gonna
million
take that out of
all from
Other
bonding.
than bonding.
The 100,000 referred to the LEC.
It was LEC, wasn't it?
That was the LEC.
We did not put anything other
No.
than the bonding.
Okay,
Correct.
all right.
The 100,000 was the LEC.
LEC debt service,
Yes.
So how are we going
or
to,
jail
Or
debt service.
Jail.
Jail
No, it
debt.
wasn't debt service. It
It
was,
would be that we thought the
Or
debt service limit, 2
contingency?
million was 100,000. Whatever.
so how are we going to pay for an architect to come up with these figures and pay for potentially somebody to get grants and stuff out of that 2 million? And then that throws that all the way off.
well, that's a bond, so
That,
we
and
can't.
we're,
start
yeah,
that.
I don't think we'll bond if we're not doing it because
But we'll spend,
So we would need to spend from, levy funds from reserves at this point for,
we need to put a cap on it because I can see this really running amok.
you would come back with the specific proposal.
yes.
If it was, so we would, yeah, we will effectively.
come back
have
with a professional
If you
service.
haven't read the memos, there's no more new money.
Yeah.
If you haven't read the memos.
It's gone.
So I'm not willing to tax my citizens for, well, maybe if
So-
and.
So how do we do this? Do we move forward by simply, we don't do anything. We just verbally say, we agree with this, come back to us with a few numbers as far as what we might have to spend, because we will need a motion to generate any funds to pay for whatever needs to happen.
Yeah.
So is there a motion warranted to move forward with, or are we just going to have a common consensus that what you've laid out is acceptable?
Okay, so I'll move to accept the 4 recommendations with the addition from Commissioner Elsing that any actual expenditure of money comes back to the board for
I'll second
final
that.
approval. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to receive the 4 recommendations on page 96 and 97, and then any additional information about expenditures for receiving
No
actual.
expenditures are made.
Yeah.
The motion
Right.
is.
Yeah, no, we're
spending
not
anything
spending any
until-
money till we get more back from
Correct.
Mr. Kramer. All those, any discussion?
And we had 2 seconds for it.
Okay, well.
Oh, I didn't realize.
We have a third.
We have a third.
Motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Olson. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, carried.
Thank you.
You get your marching
Jake.
orders? All right, go shank the Grant Grove. 8.3, discuss and appoint Citizen Advisory Committee member. And we had a new member for the EDA. Page 104.
Yes, I know this applicant. I used to be in Rotary with him. I will move to approve his appointment to the Economic Development Authority.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Olson to appoint David Parrott. Yeah, if I've got the name right, I hope, to the EDA.
Hooray is how I'd say
Correct.
it, but hooray.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. All right, Mr. Elliott. Finances, again, did you get the memo? There is no new money.
I did.
Okay, good. We're all on the same page with memos.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is the presentation of the January financial status report. I would say that going forward, this would probably just be a consent item because I intend to submit one of these every month. It's going to be faster in the future. February, I'm going to get it, will be on the March 25th agenda as a consent item. And then March will be submitted in April, very first cycle. That's the cadence that I intend to meet for these things. So you're not looking at information that's 2 months old. The reason I'm standing here is because the formatting is new for you. And so I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, if you have any initial thoughts. Otherwise, you can just send me emails separately and I can adjust the formatting. The big report is in there from our IFS system, the 140-page report. But on top of that is the summaries that I've prepared, which kind of gives you fund level information. You know, there are a dozen or so funds that we've got. And then it drills down into fund and department. So you'll get to see a little more detail, especially like in the general fund or what we call the revenue fund here. And the multiple departments that are there. Also, the departments that roll up into Health and Human Services and the sheriff. So there's quite a bit of detail there for you. And then a table that shows cash balance by fund and the fund balance. So there's quite a bit of information, I believe, here. Commissioner Olson. Was that a question or?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. That's pretty much all I was going to say. They're going to be.
No, my only suggestion, when you have the actual percentage of budget in the final column, which would be nice to call highlight and a note sometimes. I know when we've had past reports, if it's over the percentage for this month, why is it over that? Then we have a little subtitled note that says it's over because that's more than allocated or something.
Yes.
It just helps to highlight it and then draw our attention to something we should notice.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, so, and I assume to Commissioner Olson's point, like, if I look at, okay, so this is from the previous, before the amended, so the page numbers are right? But I'm looking at what was 114, so it's under the expenses, budget versus actual. I picked one where insurance. We're at 8% of the year, but it's at 87% of the budget, and that's because it's an annual payment or something?
Yep.
That's basically what I can assume from there.
And there's a lot of those factors, like obviously property tax, you're going to see zeros until May when we get the first tranche. We haven't spent any money on capital yet, so Fund 42 is going to be, slow. Road and bridge, highway, their spending occurs mostly in the summer. So there's all sorts of timing related things. And I'll add a variance column. I'll just have to shrink everything a little bit more, but I'll put it in there.
Section would be nice, just if you see something that flags, that might say, hey, somebody like, instead of getting 5 different emails or phone calls,
Well,
probably easier to just throw it in there.
Yep. Will do.
I would add that, as Commissioner Meyer just noted, she knew what that meant, but the public reading this document might not know that.
Yes.
So it would help to clarify something.
Sure. Like if we made the premium payments already, and so it's done
Yeah.
for the year.
So that we
Okay.
can understand, okay, Health and Human Services is the item, right? So if it is, because it's the one that goes over frequently. So if it's over and it's a concern because there's some regulatory change, or as in the past, we needed additional places for out-of-home placements, like that we're kind of made aware of a thing that needs maybe consideration or discussion on our part?
Yes.
One of the things that, and I, again, a lot of information and such, thank you. You have the fund balances there, but what are we obligated to? There's a statute, we have to require so many dollars, so many months of, I mean, so we say we've got like total county unreserved and undesignated fund balance as of 1/31/25 was $24.8 million. Am I supposed to have 24 or 25, or can I have 10?
If you go to the next page, I think it is, what I'm looking at here is page 111.
Yeah. 312.
Yep, 3/12, and
What is 3/12?
3/12 of certain fund types.
Right.
Uh,
I guess I would like that figure.
And it's in there. It's in the words right above the
And
table.
that- he's saying that's
Okay,
in that
so,
column.
okay, revenue general government, we have 26,400,000 and 3/12 is only 6. So why do I have 26 in there when I only really should have 6? I mean, what I'm saying and what the public says on that, and I think it's, well, the copy I have, page 111, it's unrestricted reserve fund balance. Yes, you have 3/12, but you have revenue, road and bridge, health, and we have a total of 56+ million, but only 3/12 is only 14 million. Seems like I'm holding a whole lot of money.
It's county policy. We'd have to change that if we want to make it something else.
Well, no, 3/12 would be I'm supposed to have 14 million. You're
Yes.
showing me I got 56 million.
No, that's the budget. It's supposed to be 3/12 of the budget is your fund balance.
Okay, so it's supposed to be 14, so, but now you've got 17 in the next line.
That's the actual balance.
Balance, that's what's
Okay.
in there.
Okay, so you got 17 million and it really only
That's
should be
what the last
14.
column is, variance,
the variance.
meaning that we're
Okay.
ahead 3 million.
Yes.
3.37.
Well, we've, over the year,
Very well laid
history,
out.
well, history, Commissioner Ells, in history, I think we've always had more in reserves than what we needed, but there again, so then we tax,
I don't disagree.
You know,
I don't disagree with that.
we
I'm just
tax and
saying,
hold.
It fluctuates.
this is very well laid out.
Yeah.
Good.
Like,
Thank-
yeah, it's very, thank you. Yeah.
And we did make some conscious decisions in the 25 budget to spend down the fund balance. I don't know if we will, but there, some of the capital and the LEC, if we have some emergency repairs there, that was going to come out of fund balance to kind of chip away at some of that.
I think there's going to be a lot of push and pull on fund balance.
And that's
Well-
alluding back to when we looked at the budget, if you don't, Commissioner.
Yeah.
This is what I talked about, is really understanding that, because alluding to Commissioner Ward's point is sometimes the public perception is we're hoarding money and we don't always see what it's for, what that actual number is. And it is nice to be able to say, hey, to statute, we're required to have this. Yes, we're currently over a little bit, but we got a few things coming up. And rather than the big surprise, this is where we pull the rabbit out of the hat. And it really creates the public trust that we're not hoarding money. We're actually trying to protect you from the large swings. And every once in a while, we have to kind of go to bat and risk a little bit on those large swings. So I appreciate this, and it's clear, it's concise, the public can see it. They can go in there and look at it themselves and say, okay, I get it. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I will share, when I was at the Great River Rail Commission meeting earlier in the week, or was it last week? At any rate, Susan Betcher is the commissioner in Goodhue County. They're a little smaller than we are, 43,000, but they said that their HHS staff had reviewed the changes that the governor recommended in his budget. They thought it would cost Goodhue County $1.5 million more for HHS. I share your concerns about budget shortfall.
thank
going
you
forward.
Okay, all
very
right,
much.
thank you. All right. Committee reports and communications, Commissioner Meyer, you had?
Nope.
No.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Elsing, you had something?
Had a few things. One of them got answered. We are having our first, there was a little confusion on the email chain. But the first meeting for the Veterans Community Meeting is going to be March 24th at 5:30. So I'm happy to be part of that. Next thing I wanted to bring up was just something in light of, I guess, all the turmoil at the state level with a lot of uncertainty and going from a record surplus to staring down the barrel of a lot of these. And I've said this for years, it's the old bait and switch. or hook and switch, whatever you want to call it, where hey, it looks like we got plenty of money and then all of a sudden we don't. And the lead to get the county to do things or even a municipality to do something, and then the money dries up and you're stuck holding the ball and don't know where to go with it and where to fund. And it's a very fast way to raise taxes when these things get started. But in light of all that, there's definitely a lot of uncertainty. And one of the things that I've, come up and actually talking with some other people, I get the question asked, well, what's the county going to do? State doesn't have any money. How are they going to pay for all this stuff? And I think in the best interest for the community, one of the things that we can do very easily, and I think we've done I think we've filled a lot of these positions anyway, but is to take a look at a hiring freeze. And more than anything, just to show our constituents that we're aware of what's happening. We're taking a pause and just saying, hey, we need to see how this shakes out, because we do understand that a lot of our funding comes from the state. And, we're aware of that. We're not looking to add any more expenditures. We are, especially on the staff side. And we want to make sure we maintain the dollars that we do have to do the projects at hand. So it was something that I wanted to bring up. I think it would have to go to the committee of the board to go up through the ranks. But if there's a second on that, I'd entertain the second.
I'll second that. So I would say hiring freeze and any cost cutting or cost increase implications.
Yeah, that's what I said.
We haven't, again, I've heard from a lot of counterparts across, they've already discussed this, and we really haven't had a discussion about.
And that's why I'm bringing it up
can
as
amount to.
one of the several things. And again, it's all inclusive into the cost cutting side of things, but
So that would come to the committee of the board next time.
that's
Yep.
what I wanted to
Okay,
do.
we got that. All right, anything else?
No. I think that's
Okay,
it.
Commissioner Olson.
I shared an article with Marine regarding the STS program not being funded come July 1st. So I've talked to Attorney Sonneman and looking at some alternatives for that. Fillmore County Sheriff is going to experimenting with doing that in-house. So anyway, I just brought that forward and for further discussion. I think it's being discussed behind the scenes right now.
Okay, I think we all got that. Yeah, that memo from, okay. A couple of things. Of course, most of you aren't affected, but I have a lot of township annual meetings tonight, and they will discuss their budgets and elect officers and everything. So if anybody's in a township, our elections are from 4 to 8, and then the annual meeting at 8:15. I did, yes.
And the township officers banquet is March 26th.
Yes, and you have to RSVP
Right,
for that.
today.
Yes, it is today, so if you want to attend. These were talking points at our AMC, you can give Attorney Sonneman, talking points at our AMC Ledge Conference. I refer to the
Not
memo. There
intended
is
for
no,
distribution.
well, if you would have attended, we weren't supposed to give them to legislators.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if you would have attended
That's
the
pretty funny.
conference, you would have been distributed these talking points. These were talking points when we went to talk to our legislators. There's a lot of stuff in there. One of the main points, they all said, all the legislators, both Democrat and Republican, said it's not our budget, it's the governor's budget. And so, he did propose making some pretty substantial cost shifts and cuts to counties. And so they always said, it's not our budget, it's the governor's budget. So we'll see where that ends up. But these are our points throughout our whole, legislative lobbying that we have. So it just, you can do with them as please. I'll take the heat for not intending for distribution. And that should take care of us. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Elzing, second by Commissioner Meyer to adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, we are adjourned.
Right, and we have postponed the committee of the board.
You're right.